Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Monte Carlo and the Triton Super High Roller Series. It is my pleasure to introduce you to the final 9 players of event number 12, the $150,000 buy-in no-limit hold'em event. In scene number 1, he has 4 Triton titles and he tops the Germany all-time money list. Now based in Austria, Vienna, please welcome Fedo Holz. In scene number 2, you already saw him win the No Limit Hold'em main event in Monte Carlo, and now he's here again. From Long Beach, New York, with 2.9 million in chips, welcome back to Breen Kenney. In C3, originally from Charleroi, Belgium, now based in Montreal. This 34-year-old pro is at the second final table of the trip here in Monte Carlo, with 2.3 million in chips. Please welcome Thomas Boivin. In C5, a regular of the Triton series since 2018, with 1 title and 13.5 million in winning, from Toronto, Canada, is the tournament chip leader with 5.1 million in chips. It's Sam Greenwood. In C6, he's a 2-time Triton champion and won the 200K Invitational right here in Monte Carlo last year. This is his 5th cash and 2nd final table of this year's Monaco stop. From the USA with 1.2 million chips, welcome Dan Smith. In C7, making his debut on the Triton series here in Monte Carlo, he has already cashed 3 times during a memorable introduction. Age 26 from Sastamala, Finland, with 1.6 million in chip, Otsi Ketola. Our C8 has become an immediate superstar on his first ever trip to the Triton series, and he has already a runner-up finish in the Triton Invitational. Can he go one better today? From Estonia, 2.8 million in chips, Vladimir Kordzinin. Our C9, 26-year-old, and playing only his 2nd stop on the Triton series, but this is his 2nd final table for the trip. From Dortmund, Austria, with 4.4 million in chips, please welcome Tom Fuchs. And last but not least, our seed number 10 is the British number 1 with 21.5 million in Triton earnings and 2 titles. Originally from Deal, England, with 2.9 million in chips. Put your hand together for Stephen Chidwick. The button has already been drawn in seed number 7. We still have 2 minutes remaining of 30,000, 60,000, 60,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Michela, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thanks so much, Luca. And as he mentioned, the 30 and 60 levels only going to last for a couple of minutes, and then up we go, which is, of course, bad news for people toward the bottom of the leaderboard. But 17 bigs, Randy. Fedor, well studied. He's going to know how to optimally navigate that stack. And we've got ourselves a delightful and diverse grouping here as these guys are playing for 4 million plus up top, minimum guaranteed 435,000. As you see the payouts, brought to you by GTO Wizard. We've had 3 prize pools in that $20 million neighborhood. The 200K Invitational, over 20 million, just shy of 20 million was the 125 main. And here we are in the 150 with 18 million plus. Bitcoin rip maybe had a little something to do with the number of re-entries we saw, as crypto pumping is always good for business here in the Triton streets.
For a second, I thought we were going to play 11-handed with those 2 elves.
You know, it's funny, producer James was talking about how brutal it was for Tom Fuchs to have to walk out after Vladimir there. I mean, it's a tough act to follow. You got no elves? You got no co-stars in the tunnel? And there is Vladimir, folded around to his small blind. Queen 8. Flicks in a flat. Korzanen comes in 5th in chips. Average stack 2.7 million, good for 45 bigs. Fuchs 2nd in chips.
Yeah, quite a deep final table. Average stack is quite high, 45 bigs. Lots of play.
Excuse me.
Ace 8-6, second pair for Vladimir.
This pair is often the best. Nice kicker. A little bit of fear of the ace, but he's not looking to check fold if a bet does come in.
Tom deliberating.
It's hard to make adjustments against your opponent if you play such an unorthodox style.
70 into 180 as Tom asks for it politely. Compliance not going to be on Vlad's mind.
He's going to work immediately, it seems.
210.
Yep, up we go.
See, this is the problem of betting hands against Vladimir is you're expecting most opponents to just check call and you get to still realize your equity of Jack-9, 2 over to the middling stuff. But the fact that you're getting check raised really hurts.
Curtain drawn early as pot number 1 goes to the affectionately dubbed Gamble Door by our YouTube chat. Shout out, by the way, YouTube and Twitch and Triton Poker Plus app viewers joining us live here in Monte Carlo for this final table of the $150,000 buy-in event. Last of the 2-card events on this particular Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. Let us know where you're streaming from. Roll call. Let us know who you're rooting for. Randy and I are keeping an eye, as always, on that chat. Fear not.
Here's the tournament chip leader, ace-7 offsuit.
120.
Greenwood. 120. Smith with queen 10 off.
Not much you can do with queen 10 off of 20 bigs. He's out. Great hand here for Aussie Katola.
Ace king. He's got Greenwood jammed up.
$325.
Northbound in that now trademark baritone voice. 325K.
Yeah, so Katola is playing a 1.6 million chip stack. Off of that stack, there's definitely some room where he's 3-bet folding.
Even any black chips?
This is not a hand he can take a flop without a position. So if he wants to continue, it's maybe 4-bet at a very low frequency, but usually folding.
$530.
Oh, he's clicked it.
You know, you said it would be infrequently, but that infers some of the time this is what we're going to observe. And
All in.
This click gets piled on promptly, and away goes 530,000 from the chip leader. Not exactly the way he foresaw that one playing out. Pay ladder, by the way, Randy, between 9th and 8th is a healthy $127,000, and so some ICM pressure is available to Greenwood. Application of it upon Aussie, though, when he's got ace-king is going to be fruitless. And now the blinds go up to 40 and 80,000.
You pay that.
Do you think this is like an Elf of the Month promo or something where you get to come to Monte Carlo if like you made the most toys? You know, I'm just trying to
it's
understand.
like Employee of the Month.
Right, because like this is toy making season, man. I mean, December's around the corner. All the kids on the nice list expect something.
But
and
they're
yet
not
here they
making
are.
toys here in Monaco because it would be a bit costly, right?
No, yeah, Monaco's not a cheap place to source toy making materials or any materials for that matter.
It's Queen 10 off. Boomerang back to Smith. Once in the muck again.
Small blind. Baby suited one gapper for Chidwick.
Fedor's in the big blind with the shortest stack. Technically, Fedor's got the least to lose given he's got the least amount of ICM pressure on him as the shortest stack. So raising against him isn't as lucrative. 9-6 off. The chord's in hand. What might be interesting to Fedor is that why didn't Chidwick just rip into me? Perhaps this limp is very polar as the strongest hands looking to trap and stuff like this.
Yeah, as such, Fedor is going to lean with this 9-6 off.
This just shows you how tough Fedor is to play against. Even when he's got a very small stack, he's still able to find spots to just chip up. No contest with the trashiest of holdings.
Timely activation there. If it feels quiet in the room right now, that's because it is. This is the only table in action at the moment in the Salle Des Étoiles. King 10. Catola opens. Dusty ace right behind for Santa.
This King 10 offsuit raise is still relatively early position. Sevens with position, the button. 30 big blinds effective. Seems like a reasonable spot for him to try and take a cheap flop.
Stevie does flat it. He'll be heads up and in position against Ossi. 520 in the middle. Chidwick does cover by 300K. Katola does survey stack depth. Does not outflop, however, and this is good board texture for sevens.
One of the best. Rarely do you have an overpair. King 10 high does have a little bit of blockers to flush draws, which may make him think he's going to take it down for flop bet, but just 80,000. I would say this doesn't shake out too many hands. If Chidwick's got a pair, of course it's calling, but even some kind of high card hand with backdoor would call for this price.
Another 160 into the middle. As the modest follow through of a single big blind isn't going to clear sevens. Jack on the turn. Stevie treading lightly, of course, mindful of ICM here, even though he does feel pretty good about sevens.
Yeah, it just seems like wasn't much clarity with the min bet on the flop. The Jack on the turn could easily improve either player as played.
We'll see. Slows down.
It's a lovely sight for Chidwick. Wasn't really looking to just call down 3 barrels. Now that he's got position, really 2 options, you know, check and decide, or bet small to set the price, deny equity against 2 overcards. Blank on river with the 5.
Chidwick taking the conservative approach, understandably. 15 and 14 bigs elsewhere at the table for Smith and Holz, respectively. Eye being kept on those shorties. We'll see. Not thinking about anything heroic. That card would be a tough one to try to activate on.
You know, there might be some value of these 2 sevens. Problem is you're up against an opponent who might just come out check raising all of a sudden. So you need to have a game plan on how to react. He's just going to take the safe route. Ship this 680,000 chip pot.
Tidy little pickup there for Chidwick as I begin the shout-out process. Tom in Finland, we see you. Robert's rooting for Gambledore as so many others, along with Shiver and Juan Juarez. Peter in Aalborg, Denmark, thanks for joining us. Boaz in the Netherlands. Abraham Levy in Israel. Keep your head low. Peter Kuhn, also rooting for Gambledore. Yuri, watching from Finland, says, I'm rooting for Gambledore. Junbyun out in Seoul. Anyong.
You are allowed to mention people who are rooting for other players.
The problem is I'm just not finding that many of them. Mark says he's rooting for Fedor.
Okay, there we go.
Potraka says all of Finland stands with Vladimir Korzinen. Tova as well, rooting for him. Richard in Calgary, good to have you aboard. Christian in Bucharest. Magneto in Ontario, Canada, rooting for Greenwood, but then also says Korzinen as a close second. So you see the Queen 10 suited, open. Mowing everybody all the way down to Boivin.
Jack 5 offsuit. Bit of a dicey hand. Currently sitting in 6th place out of 9. Looks like he's coming along. Perhaps he feels he's got a post-flop edge.
You know, it's so funny because I too sense that that's the case, but careful venturing in to this water with Korzinen. He'll mess around and drown you. Ace 9-5. Here we are, bottom pair. Vladimir, 3/5 of the way to a royal, which is about as rosy a lens through which I can view this queen high. Korzinen kicks it off with the check back. He does find a spade draw as the sopping wet 5 on the turn gives Boivin trips, and he doesn't have this one sewn up.
He doesn't, but this is an amazing turn card for him now that he can beat some ace X's, maybe some pairs that check back the flop. It's just a matter of going for value, trying to get as many chips as you can. When you defend a hand like this, he's gone meaty. It feels like the main fear for Korzinen is the 5x. With the sizing. He kind of blocks some of the best ace-x in terms of kickers. Oh my god.
This is bananas. I mean,
crazy.
Boivin has way too much hand to
Calls.
step away. He does make the call. All of a sudden, we got a 4.5 million chip pot as Korzinen pressed. And this is one that Thomas has got to sweat out.
He's in heavy favorite here.
6th in chips, 3 shorter stacks than his own out there coming into this one. Don't need to tell you who the rest of the table is rooting for. It's just economics, and all of the chat as well, and the spade rolls in.
No. GG.
No waffles, no chocolate, no joy for the Belgian. Showers in 9th.
That's dirty. No gifts, no hugs, just off on his own.
That was a nice spell.
Listen, the magic of Christmas, the magic of Gambledore, whatever this mysticism is that enshrouds and surrounds that gentleman there, I want in as Boivin heads out.
They kind of know.
Laying like a 1 or 2%.
$435,000 captured, but nothing further for Boivin. Ouch.
Ouch indeed. This is his 3rd cash of the festival. Cashed the very first event for $71,000, the 60K for $137, and now here, the biggest cash of this festival for Boivin.
Can you too? You do too. He helped manifestation.
Wait, what?
He was a part of it. He was a big part of it. Yeah. Main part. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do it without him.
Did Vladimir just call Thomas a big money station?
Me?
How do you not love Vladimir?
Oh, you just do. I challenge anyone out there to look back at every feature table that included this man, every final table that included this man, and tell me he hasn't won you over. Just vibes.
Also, Santa,
You did it.
he's the new chip leader.
Did I?
Let me think.
Didn't take him long to capture the top slot after coming in just north of the average.
Yeah. It said
No, it should be yours. I hate it every time Santa steals my stack.
you cannot steal from yourself. You only can play that. Yeah. 445.
King 10 being ratcheted as Kenney's Ace King with plenty of durability, and the puck takes it to 445. Not sure that that holding remains appetizing. And sure enough, into the bin it goes. As Sensei collects his first.
How's chat loving that river card?
I mean, it's tough to keep track just because the keyboards light up anytime Gambledore gets in there. They were rooting for a spade, I'll tell you that.
Cool.
Cool. It was sick. Cool. You know, right? Yeah. Oh, you cannot say cool. Cool.
Ace-5 suited, early position.
180.
Seems like he thought that Boivin didn't seem excited to call with that 5 earlier, hence why he got rivered. Nice ace king for Fuchs.
By the way, I didn't clock the elves after that one came down. I feel like they might have been asleep at the wheel there. Surely they should run around the table once, like do a little lap or something. I mean, put them to work, you know?
They're on holiday.
That's right. Elf of the Month program. I forgot. They don't need to work. As Tom, going to play ace-king as a flat here, Randy. Unpack this decision.
So Vladimir starts his hand as a chip leader, Tom in third. I believe the idea here is that Korzinen is
So
willing
what do you
to
think,
just
which
go
one of
hard
these kids should
pre-flop.
play with us in the top 3?
Top 3. Brady.
Who?
Brady.
You think?
Yeah, Brady.
I was thinking this guy just because of the mustache.
There's something. There's the $1 Million Mustache Club where you have to cash for $1 million, and he's trying to become the 4th ever member. I had one early in the week, and I lost like 800,000 straight. I gave up.
Korzinen is a little busy right now, Aussie,
It
although
is the greatest mustache I've ever seen.
nevertheless, he is indulging in the question about who should join Aussie and Vladimir in the final 3. Apparently, conclusions foregone for the Finn and the Estonian. No follow-through, by the way, from the opener. Santa checks. Fuchs checks back.
Great turn card, of course, for Korzinen.
Just gotta never give up. You just gotta never give up. Eventually, it will happen.
I believe the $1 Million Mustache theory is being discussed right now. Chidwick suggesting never throw in the towel. Eventually, the mustache will pay off.
I don't know if it'll ever pay off for some players.
Randy,
they
you
can grow
can't
the one
grow a
that big.
mustache.
Yeah.
300,000 as the pot grows to 860.
Ace king high. It's often the best hand, but he lays it down.
Sometimes I have to give up. They make me shave for compliance reasons.
Who makes you?
I mean, like if I need to open like a new bank account or something.
They make you shave?
I mean, they don't accept homeless clients.
Fuchs just conceding there on the turn. He
You don't
certainly
seem like the kind of guy who gets told what to do.
doesn't seem to have an appetite for a dip into the Korzinen pool.
Yeah, him playing that hand passively actually costs him that pot, it seems.
I don't even need those anymore.
Yeah, you can just pull this out.
Randy, we've been on the stream for like 20 some odd minutes and you haven't commented on this Dior hoodie once. I know you want it.
Yeah, but I don't feel a need to always tell you about it.
Oh, you're trying to keep it. Oh, really? So you're not going to indulge me in fashion conversation anymore? What have I done?
No, it's
Randy?
not you. It's because I don't think the chat cares. Do they?
So? What do you think? We're in here just for the chat? Randy? This is we time. Me and you. And then, you know, tens
Well,
of thousands of other people as well.
I noticed that it's nice that you pointed it out, given your getup. You've got Dior shirt, Dior belt, I assume Dior tie, underwear, toothbrush. I don't know.
Wrong. Only because they don't make a toothbrush. Ace Queen for Smith. As we steer clear of my pretentious choices when it comes to fashion.
Ace Queen suited.
220.
By the way, I blame Triton for all of that. All right. Elton started showing up and all the Dior and whatever. I was like, oh, this is okay here. And then boom, there I was. Punting. Nothing punty about the 220 from Smith, though. Raise and take it from the small.
You did ask me a question earlier. I didn't get to unpack it completely, why Tom kind of flatted the Ace King.
Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons is Vladimir's just willing to kind of splash in there pre, and he doesn't want to be all of a sudden flipping at best for that 8 million chip pot or something. More reasons to get value from
Strong facial hair all around.
a short stack jamming too.
Not to be greedy. Oh, too much aggressive.
Sorry, 95.
I wonder how much scouting those at the final table have been doing beyond just the opportunities this deep into the festival to potentially have sat with the likes of Ossi
What about the billionaires beard club?
and Vladimir.
That's what he's got his sights on.
A bit away from there, but
Just to kind of
sights, nonetheless.
inform them.
It's where you're headed towards, right?
If you were out there at this table overnight, you'd have been watching
Something that I care about.
coverage from earlier in Monte-Carlo, looking for some patterns, I assume.
If I have had limited time, I would spend it studying Corzin and Aussie because I believe I would have the least information on how
Right.
they play.
Right?
So if that were the case, I would use everything for that. It's a call.
Fedor opens, clicking King Jack. Katola flatting the Ace 10.
I raised here.
Ah, you raise it. Okay, then.
Vladimir will sit this one out. Advantage Katola 3-2 with 480 in the middle. And now it's disadvantage on a jack high board that puts Fedor in front.
As good as it gets for Fedor off of 11 big blind stack remaining. Especially when you see small blind flats, it is very reasonable that Aussie has shown up with like a worse jack, and it's even better for Fedor if Aussie even considers leading. But he is going to check. There's not much stack remaining, so he can bet quite small here to try to get this one across 3 streets.
$150. The first barrel.
Looks like we're gonna play a turn card.
Ace 10 peeling here. Obviously some backdoor Broadway and wheel prospects here. Pot growing to 780, and there is a pathway to a wheel. Have Have to imagine Fedor's feeling all right.
He's
with
feeling
top
all
pair.
right, and he also wants to protect against that wheelie stuff. Still feels like he doesn't necessarily need to just jam this turn. Certainly could. Would kind of depend on Aussie's calling range. Aussie could have some kind of small pocket pair that would have just 2 outs normally. If that's the case, then you kind of like taking this across 2 streets.
Ace 3, I would imagine the one that we're worried about, if any, if
Yeah.
we're Fedor.
There's too much in the pot, so Fedor's willing to stack off regardless. There are ace 5s, ace 4s, and ace deuces you want to charge. 6s, 7s, worse jacks. He's going to just ship.
Keeping things simple with a single decision point here.
There's not much Aussie beats, unless it's
Look at that. Come.
like king, queen of clubs, queen, 10 of clubs, these sorts of hands. This call would be just shy of half of Aussie's remaining stack,
I
which
mean,
would put him in a really bad spot.
It just doesn't feel available. Almost full pot here. I mean, what the heck do we think, especially when we hold that ace of clubs, Fedor would be jamming with here, that ace 10 is performing well against?
Yeah, there's not too many hands he beats in this spot. Like even hands like 6-7, they shouldn't be in Fedor's opening range from +2.
You know, these time banks that are being chewed through here could prove crucial down the line if Katola made a run. You don't want to shred all this time with what would seem like a little bit more of a straightforward decision. Ultimately, though, Katola does fold, which is better than shredding them and then calling, potentially losing half your stack on top of that.
We can call.
And on the topic of better, Randy, we're going to need everybody out there streaming right now to do a little bit better, because Murphy's Law specifically in the chat points out that the views to likes ratio is a little bit lacking. Now, I would say we've done our part. Granted, we didn't have control over it, but here we are giving you free of charge one of the greatest final tables in terms of entertainment value, raw talent, prize payout that you could ever hope for. And we're dealing with just a few hundred likes. Guys, mash the like button. What are you doing? What's not to like? It is all we ask. And maybe a little click of the subscribe button. Give me an inch, I'll take a mile. But let's get on that. Let's fix that. Takes a split second, mouse over, click the button, and let's go.
And if Ollie sounded a little demanding, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was being a little demanding, Randy, yeah, I admit. Maybe even a little aggressive. I didn't realize that the ratio was that bad, but now that I do, I'm a bit miffed. As Greenwood puts one King 4 suited into the bin with his own after raising to 160,000. Don't say the words double down, Randy, if you were thinking them.
Oh.
What's going on? What's
You know
the pit
what?
report,
The thing
Randy?
is, you don't double down 10 against a king showing.
How do you know the 4's not showing? You double down against the 4, Randy. You know you do.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't mention it.
I know some people that double down against the king. You're not supposed to, but, you know, they don't always have it.
There was someone who told me a story where someone was betting behind them and then they would hit on 21 or something like
No,
that.
stop, Randy. Yes. Come on. Why don't we deal blackjack to whoever that is? What's the pit report, by the way, Randy, here in Monte-Carlo this trip? How we doing? Are we in the black? Are we in the
Why
red?
do you assume I go to the pits every day after my shift?
Randy, because you come in here looking tired, all right? A little bit edgy sometimes. You know, I know they got the quadruple zero wheel working you hard over
Look,
there. It's a big fade.
I respectfully ask for privacy.
You know what? You're right, Randy, and I'm sorry. But also, like, what's the report though?
you can rail me next time.
I'm a little scared, man. You're gonna drag me into that abyss. We're gonna end up doing free shows in Vegas like Bruno Mars trying to pay off markers.
I'm like, I was confused when this out. I'm pretty sure Aussie got the last card.
I was surprised why I have 2 and
Oh.
and he has.
Well, it wasn't. Oh, it was supposed to be.
That was yours.
No, it was supposed to be Vladimir's aces.
Yeah. It was supposed to be your aces.
Mine.
Wait, what?
Thanks God.
Yeah, maybe it was no good. That's how much the universe saves you over there.
That's exactly
You knew you were gonna.
how it works. Yeah.
Supposed to be your king jack off.
Good is good. Sometimes. Differently.
So, Miss Deal, aces back to the dealer.
What a joke of life. I like it. Thank you. I love you. I'm happy, really.
I was confused with one time.
Katola, Jack 8 suited open from the cutoff.
He isn't shy of entering pots.
You know, I don't want to make a meal of this, but Vladimir's out there, you know, he's kind of feel-based. And I swear, I feel like if he likes you, he's not really going to want to go hard, you know, put you in the blender, do something like that. I really believe that, like, when it comes to his decision-making out there.
So you're going to be fooled.
Maybe. Yeah,
think
exactly,
so.
because he has actually thrown some curveballs at some
He
people.
has.
I'm taking the bait, I suppose.
Curious.
Katola
I know.
takes
I
that
wouldn't-
pot.
I wouldn't win the hand. It was meant to be.
So there was a
It meant
misdeal
to be mine.
with aces being dealt? Is that what it was, right?
Sounds like aces would have been in Vladimir's hand, but there was some confusion on which card is who, and then they end up just redealing it out. And then Corson was like, "It's okay, thank you. I would have lost the hand anyways." I was a very positive guy, win or lose.
I play with a few people that would like snap, quit, rage tilt in that spot.
Highest VPIP definitely goes to Katola. In there again, ace-jack suited.
Yeah, he hasn't really been altogether out of line. The ace-10 flat from the small. Ace-jack open here. Maybe the jack-8 suited is still in line.
Still in line. Nothing wrong here. Just in terms of how he appears to the other players, it does seem like he's quite active.
By the way, I do want to acknowledge and appreciate those of you that did answer the call to mash that like button. Murphy's Law got it going. Tova, Free YSL, Tessa, Zayton, Steve Wong, Roberto. Appreciate you all. Okay. Profion. There's a name we see often. June. 감사합니다요.
What language is that?
160.
Korean.
Oh. Okay.
Earlier during the roll call, he said he was watching from Seoul, and between that and the screen name, I just assume that below average effort at Korean on my part would register. Greenwood registering pocket 10s and doing so with 160,000 chips. No takers.
Greenwood trying to grind his way back to his high water mark. Did 4-bet fold early against Aussie.
Ever since we went down the trucker path yesterday, and by we I mean me, brought on by that St. John's Ice Caps hat. Thoughtful beard stroke. I'm not sure the 8-4 off warrants it, and into the bin it goes. Fedor plus button equals mischief, perhaps, here with 5-4 off. No?
No, he should. I think he's just balancing his timing for when he really does have a close decision.
Jack 6 suited. Bryn limping in. Greenwood says, let's go. Obviously, Sensei does proceed with some caution versus the big stack. Here he is with backdoor clubs and a Broadway gut shot in front of 8 high.
Bryn's got that little bit of piece that can warrant a check call on the flop if it comes in from Greenwood, blind versus blind. Greenwood's got a lot of incentive to raise big hands pre, just given he's the chip leader, or second in chips.
Spade on the turn here after the round of checks. Greenwood picking up a baby flush draw.
It's an opportunity for Greenwood to maybe make a flush against a pair. I don't think he'll bet too often, though, because Bryn does often have a little piece that wouldn't be looking to fold on the turn.
Brick River now after the second round of checks.
Jack High's got a little bit of showdown value. As long as his opponent isn't paired. So A high is never going to win, I would think, as played. But the way he's played his hand so far, if Bryn is actually paired, it's unlikely Greenwood fold to a bet. He's going to try. That's a big bet.
240K full pot. Obviously, the sense that showdown value is lacking with this particular hand, understandable, but this is a big ask. And I'll tell you what, if there's a man that's going to peek back down at this jack high and think to himself, maybe I can click call and haul in 480, it is Sensei, who is very capable of breaking with convention. Nevertheless, value proposition is poor, and he does bow out.
Nicely done by Greenwood. Full pot. Just doesn't look enticing to see such a big sizing, which is why he went for that even on that deuce river, which isn't supposed to rate to improve Greenwood. Although, to be fair, Greenwood does have any 2 cards. Could have just backed into 2 pair.
Queen jack now for Aussie. Randy, I just stumbled upon another disappointing message in the chat.
Disappointing? Oh no. Do share.
Producer James is groveling, asking, hey, I'm in Monaco and never get a shout out. How come?
Serious?
I wouldn't lie to you about this. And, you know, now I've actually shouted him out inadvertently, which means he got me. But we may, I mean, truly, mods, consider a ban of Producer James, by the way. He gets enough love, you know, doesn't need to.
What's his screen name?
James Dempsey.
Oh.
It should be Producer James.
It's not like a James Dempsey fan. Nah, he doesn't have any fans, let's be honest.
Ouch. Shots fired. Randy, you've been edgy today.
It's the pits, man.
I was just going to say, they must have got you yesterday. 8-9 suited here for Smith, facing this open from under the gun. Up for the challenge. Halfway invested already, and with the pretty suited connector. To the flop we go. Queen high, and it's all Catola. Top pair. Betting lead.
Catola going to be happy to welcome this challenge from 9-8 of clubs because he has a hammerlock here, especially against the short stack of Dan Smith. A hand that is worthy of betting and getting chips in if necessary. Kicker's decent too. It's not unreasonable Dan would have a worse queen. And the better queens, ace queen would just jam in pre. So there really is only like a king queen that you would fear in this spot.
Man, the 80K though, that one big blind C bet, it's so tempting.
Yeah, but he's got 9-8 high.
What he's got though is the ability to navigate deeper down these streets, presumably far better than Aussie. And even in spite of that factual recognition, Smith looking around and saying, I don't need to be a hero here. Just bow out. Extra 80K was all it cost me. This is not the one.
This is not the stage of the tournament for speculation. We're 8 remaining. 4.35 million up top. I think players will be a bit more cautious than normal.
Smith is the shortest stack at the table right now, approaching that 10 big blind territory. So it's not as though he's trying to outlast other people.
True, but then again, sometimes players in the middle of the pack just go out, like what happened to Thomas Boivin.
Ace-5 suited now in the hijack, folded around to Fedor. Sitting 1.3 million, just 3 blinds ahead of Smith. With the blinds at 50 and 100,000. He takes it to 200.
Nice hand here for Katola. Jack 10 of clubs. These two have already tangled once.
Katola proceeds with the call. 550 out there. Queen Jack 4, 1 spade. Katola with second pair, hopping into the lead.
At deeper stack depth, Fedor will likely c-bet this flop. 1 overcard to the board, backdoor spade, and also that backdoor wheel draw stuff.
People make sense music.
He might still c-bet though, because Aussie has been willing to just put in chips pre, so he's got a wide range. More things to just check fold. But Fedor doesn't really want to bet with just 11 big blinds remaining. Check through.
King of Hearts rolling off. Now an open ender for Katola. Neither player with the flush draw. Fedor does pick up the Broadway gutty.
You know, the King of Hearts, it overcards Katola's hand. But there might not be that many King X's in Fedor's range. Feels like King 10 bets the flop a lot. Ace King. Or he's already beat by like King Jack that makes 2 pair. The nice thing for Aussie is that he's picked up open in the straight draw.
Oh, and the ace on the end hits Fedor for top pair after the second round of checks, but it gives Katola the ace-high straight.
I'd like to see Katola lead out. I think a lot of this number type hands that would bluff and just kind of check give up on flop and turn aren't really opening off of a 13 big blind stack in the hijack, so hands like 8-7, 6-7, 5-6, etc. You really don't want to let your opponent just check back an ace, because an ace isn't looking to value bet with a 4-liner out there and a flush present. You can also get value out of some river 2 pair like ace 4, ace jack.
650.
He's gone polar with an overbet.
$650,000, and Fedor realizes obviously straight and flushes are possible, but you do have to wonder whether or not Aussie's just trying to muscle his way through. Ultimately, though, Holz doesn't make a meal of things, dropping the aces into the muck quite comfortably. Well, I want to drop something from the chat given to us by Irv de Grinder. He says, this has been an outstanding festival. Quite sad it's nearly finished. Big up to Ali, Randy, Henry, and Brian. Fantastic commentary throughout, and a humble thanks from here in the booth to you, Irv. Nice of you to take a moment to share that sentiment.
Yeah, I'm sad that this is the last 2-card no limit event, but coverage doesn't end after this event concludes. We have the PLO main, which is a $100,000 buy-in for 4-card specialists, lovers of the game. If you're not too familiar with it, it's definitely very action-driven, lots of all-ins. You'll love it.
Well, for now, it's 2-card time here in the 150K. And Chidwick decides it's raising time. 225,000, the min plus a tickle. With ace-jack, pocket sixes now for Greenwood.
When you've got a pretty massive stack, you can just flat these hands in positions. And one of the attractive things about flatting in position is you just get to see so many more turn cards than normal when you have the covering stack, because players aren't really looking to inflate out of position when they're very healthy in the middle of the pack. Katola brought in time bank chip, so
Baby-suited aces. We know what they like to do in these spots, Randy, with a raise and a call in front.
yeah, it's crossing his mind to squeeze. It's a natural call spot, but definitely could attack. And actually, he goes the other option, outright fold.
Wow, that is one I certainly didn't expect.
From someone as active as Katola.
Yeah, but you know, he's looking around. Smith, Holz, now in that sub-10 big blind territory, roughly. Holz at 11, but still, last thing we want to do is find ourselves being sent to the locker room prematurely with big pay jumps still available. Ace-Jack 4, all Chidwick with top 2 here.
He has so much of this board, and you know, he's expected to check this flop quite a bit. This is a nice hand to do so with, given that you block everything that can really just pay you off if you were to bet yourself.
Stevie starting it off with a check, trying to give Greenwood a little rope. Unclear whether or not Sam's going to bite. Obviously, he does expect deference even from stronger hands, given the ICM implications. Sam being the Reaper right now as the big stack with position. Plays it as a check back.
So now there's more straight draws and flush draw present. More things now that Chidwick can consider value betting against. Didn't get the action he wanted on the flop.
Now the board is obviously a bit more damp with backdoor spades and some straightiness out there. Now Stevie doing his own bidding, and Greenwood just happy to step aside. You know, it is interesting. I'm wondering, I wish that somehow we had thought bubbles above all of the players out there and we could know exactly what's on their mind at any given moment as this one proceeds. Obviously, they're watching unorthodox lines. They're anxiously kind of sitting there wondering if they're going to be dragged into some quicksand by Katola or Korzanen, you know, throwing some ICM out the window and taking you with them.
Yeah, my read is that the different pros are going to interpret how to navigate this final table differently because of the 2 wild cards. And I think that's more important for players who are out of position, like Dan Smith, Greenwood, who probably needs to adjust their ranges accordingly, especially with Katola, who's been willing to get in there.
Folded around to Vladimir. And he's going to issue a walk to Fuchs, who'll happily accept it with 9-3 off.
Now it's 1-1. You won 1? Yeah. Small blind. Now I won. Moon.
2-7. I'm crazy. That's like 10-3.
Nice.
Seems no show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, chat percolating with what I think might be a good idea here, Randy. They're saying that maybe we need some Gambledore merch in the Triton store. I mean, I could see the collection selling out if it was just a limited edition drop for Monte-Carlo commemorative in between the next 2 festivals, you know?
It's got a tagline on these shirts.
Well, they're saying like a mug that says, "Want to get rich," you know, with like a thumbs up or something with Gambledore, or maybe some photoshopping. I would imagine sticking him into some Lord of the Rings situations. I could see it, I'm just saying. You'd be Frodo, right?
710.
Frodo Baggins.
Isn't that the
Yeah,
lead?
that's
the
not
lead.
too
That's
bad.
the main character.
You would be Golem.
No, I would not be Gollum, Randy. Okay? I would definitely not be Gollum. 3 bets from Korzinen's ace-jack. He makes mincemeat of the open. Kenney conceding with the ace-8 of clubs.
Yeah.
Maybe some $1 million mustache merch with like, you know, 4 different thumbnails of like Dan when he had his, Stevie with the stash, you know, the Mustache Brotherhood.
Yeah, I'm not sure if these products are really in line with the how to try and shop.
No,
this
they're
shape.
absolutely not, Randy.
I mean, you might find this gear at the flea market or something, you know?
That's messed up, man. Triton gear is never going to be at a flea market.
I mean, like, your
Randy.
ideas.
I mean, maybe if we prematurely printed, like, you know, champion of the 200K, Vladimir Korzinen, and then Patrick wins it, and then we got to send it off to a third world country. New York Yankees, 2024 World Series champs. Airdropped into, you know, I don't know, Nepal or something. But anyway. I don't think T-shirts are really that useful in Nepal. Although I've never clocked the weather there. What are we talking about?
No, what are you talking about?
Half the time I don't even know, Randy. That's the thing. Queen Jack off here for Tom Fuchs. Button. Good size stack of 3.7. Third in chips overall. Opens. Fedor with ace-5 in the big.
This is a hand that could easily reshove. He still has a deep enough stack where he has fold equity with 9 big blinds remaining.
1 million?
I like this play.
1 million?
Yep. 7 figures and get it done. Nice there from Fedor. Did I conflate? Gambledore is based on Harry Potter, not Lord of the Rings, right? Because Gambledolf, which wasn't as good, was. But I'm just saying that because remember when we were playing with this?
Yes, Dumbledore
originally?
is from Harry Potter,
Okay.
and Gandalf is from Lord of the Rings.
I have a confession, Randy. And normally, this is your department. right? Because I'll bring up a movie, and then you give me that blank look, and I realize you haven't seen it. Something like Top Gun, for example. And
Show me the money.
You realize,
Is that the right one?
No, man, that's Jerry Maguire, same actor.
Okay, what's your confession?
I've never seen Lord of the Rings or any Harry Potters. None of them.
I also haven't seen Harry Potter.
So why are you sitting here correcting me?
I just know. I just know the answers. But yeah.
Wow. How fraudulent are we?
I've seen half of the Lord of the Rings. Does that work?
That's more than I've seen. Yeah. You're the favorite.
What are we talking about again?
What are you talking about, Randy? Fold it around. Fedor. Queen 6. Has he done anything here? I don't believe so. Can't quite get a shot of him with Fuchs obstructing as we're on Kenney. Here he is. Oh. He's just going to rip.
This is a little bit surprising for me with Queen 6 off of 13.5 bigs, but nicely played.
Yeah, and he moves Kenney off of King 4 suited, by the way. That is a nice decision there. Obviously, with Dan Smith shorter on chips.
Yeah, I kind of
a bit
think
risky.
that's the reason is Dan is so short that Fedor's range is technically stronger for him to be able to risk his chips. And let's just say Bryn Kenney woke up with a marginal decision, calls and loses, then he becomes a new short stack. So
Right.
it really just depends on how the standings are after the hand concludes.
And the thing is also, you know, Bryn's looking at that $200,000 pay ladder between 8th and 7th, and even he has some measure of respect for the inescapable economics. Korsinen now with queens.
Ladies for Santa.
Nothing brewing until we get around to the big stack of Sam Greenwood with ace-5 suited.
This hand is not going to activate in terms of a 3-bet. They're just too deep. Early position versus big blind. Sure, it's very playable, so he is going to take a flop here. 550K in the middle. Oh, gosh.
Wheel and club draws versus the overpair. Uh-oh.
This could be a massive pot.
Vladimir is deep enough, though.
750.
What when you make it 750K C-bet?
This is wild, man. Greenwood, this is that quicksand that I talked about. This is where you're looking up at Korsinen and thinking, dude, why are we doing this? You got the chip lead. I've got 46 bigs. Sat here second in chips behind you. Have you seen the shorty? Yeah, hey, look over there. Look at Smith with 9 bigs. Look at Fedor with 16. There's 200K in pay jump, and you're really going to make us do this?
Well, Sam doesn't want to bust right now. He's going to check call, pray, and hit the club or a 3. And just hope that Korsinen keeps betting. Oh, he actually checked jams. We're going to play a massive one, aren't we? I'm shocked that he's jamming this spot.
What on earth has just happened?
This is number 2 and number 1 in chips.
Normally, it is Korsinen who takes these extremely uncomfortable positions and sticks them on people. Here, Greenwood. Carpe diem.
This is now uncomfortable for Korsinen realizing how big this pot could be.
He said, doesn't matter, call. 9.1 million chip pot. You see the eyebrows raised on Dan Smith immediately comes up from behind the sunglasses to observe what has prompted this violence. And now the revelation that the overpair and the massive chunk of equity that gives Greenwood a 4% edge is that which is responsible.
How you feeling on this one, Santa?
No, I don't have percentage. I only have 100%.
100%, okay.
He's called this shot before. Here comes the turn. It is the 8 of hearts. And now all of a sudden, the pendulum swings heavily back in favor of Vladimir. Can Greenwood keep his seat? No, he cannot. And that is an exit that is going to leave both Greenwood, the chat we hear in the booth, and all of the Salle Des Étoiles breathless.
Did we just do that with 8 remaining, number 1 and number 2 all in?
Not only did we do it, but it's a pot that reminds me of a stone bubble situation involving Punat Punsri and Henrik Hecklin back in Jeju in, I believe, the main event.
100% on the flop.
I don't have percentage.
Can you check if they're clubs?
100%. There is no any other. Only 100% is you sure.
Just 100%. Nothing less.
Brother Luke didn't expect to be taking that walk with his twin Sam this early in this one.
Oh man, I'm not sure what Luke can say to make Sam Greenwood feel any better about that spot.
$562,000 is going to do very little to anesthetize as an absolute car crash with Gambledore at the wheel just ensued. He's now got 10 million plus in a stack.
You know, when the train runs into the immovable object, that's what happened.
Poor train.
Poor train.
Poor train. Poor truck.
Wait. Am I? What's?
Just
Dan is
one big blind. C delt's right anyway, but Dan's just big blind.
You relax.
You're under the gun this hand. Next hand you'll be big blind.
Oh, okay, so my turn.
Now
Yeah, it's your turn now.
on you.
The ruling.
Okay. Yeah.
Floor.
What happened anyway?
I'm.
You put the chips in.
Yeah. Well, I'm.
I hope they're calling the floor over to just verify that that
You're
was
raising anyway,
reality.
though.
Hey, listen, we want to deal this next hand. Did that just happen? Floor, can you just check the camera? It's like, yes. Yes, it did. Okay, cool.
Yes, also you now will be receiving additional $200,000 at a minimum for that pay jump.
You know, oddly enough, I don't think that's really
Oh, what
what
a
they're all thinking
pot.
about. They're just thinking, when will we ever see things like this again? Just add Vlad. Nines now for Fedor.
All in.
He's going to rip it over the top of the Osimhen raise open. Ace-9 concedes promptly.
Are you trying to scroll through the chat? Because it probably went so fast that you can't really.
I'm just, this
see
is
much.
crazy. I mean, everybody essentially mashing keys,
Thank you.
understandably, when that one broke out.
You
We
know what's
touched on it.
worse? No, sorry to interrupt.
Tell
but
me.
What's worse is that Greenwood came into this final table as the chip leader.
Out in 8th.
And not like he just lost a lot of small pots. No, just took one hand.
So just like that, Smith grabs a ladder, as does the rest of the field. Here in this 150K, that pot gave me indigestion. I wasn't even involved in it.
Too much fun.
Yeah.
That one's going to sit with Sam for a lifetime, man.
Lifetime sounds about right.
Start very difficult for me was. Now I'm okay. Now it's on me.
It's on you, sir. And your 10
First
million
move was
in chips.
to fold, but it's okay.
You know what's funny? When that flop came down, Randy and I went to the uh-oh. I thought to myself, are we overselling this? You know, Sam's surely going to keep it neat here. And then all of a sudden the check jam. And he really pulled a page out of Korzenen's book there as Chidwick pulls 200 forward with the 2 9s. Ace-king for Bryn Kenney.
All in.
Northbound with a jam on the button.
Man.
Smith loves all this, by the way.
Yeah. We could run this one. Because 9s is way up there in terms of pair value. Bryn Kenney could
290.
easily be shoving worse pairs like 8s I could see. He's a slight favorite against hands like ace-king, ace-queen. And some of these bigger pairs actually go for 3-bet and deuce, like aces, kings, and queens.
Yeah.
So it makes it even nicer for 9s. Chidwick started his hand 3rd in chips, Kenney in 5th out of 7 players.
Boy, this is Kenney luring Stevie into quicksand now.
So the thing for Chidwick too is he could be up against 10s, which is a disaster, maybe jacks. And is it worth the risk? I'm very comfy. Dan Smith's only got 7 blinds, so Bryn Kenney's reshoving range should be stronger than normal.
I mean, fold and fight on with the 3rd place stack here. 7 remaining with lots of ladders.
Would be no shame in it.
The next one on tap gets us from 6 figures to 7-figure payouts, of which there are 6 in total. Let's call it 340,000. 240 rather. Actually 250. Math is hard.
No shame in that fold.
No, not at all.
I think 10s he's calling because, you know, he's one more hand he overpairs the 9s. 9s, it just seems, do you want to ride the variance train that everyone else is riding?
Chat, by the way, suggesting that the newest Gamble Door merch should just be a quote that says, "It doesn't matter, I call."
That line I approve of.
Oh, that was incredible.
I mean, even Aussie Couture did it doesn't matter, I raise.
Yeah. Pair or no pair?
Oh, no pair.
Deja vu. Think you're flipping?
Yes.
Best no pair. Happy to have a pair fold, that's for sure. Although, have to beat me in an all-in here. Still take the easy route, always.
Ace-8 suited now for Smith, who's been so patient. He's nabbed
9s or so.
some ladders, but he can't expect that trend to continue.
Great spot for him. Ace-8 suited on the button. Not much to do but jam. Got to dodge these 2 blinds.
690 if you do, and neither of those blinds interested. Free orbit there.
You guys have to put some work too.
We rely on this.
Yeah. Meeting from.
Who's next?
No more conquistadoring, guys. I did it myself 2 times on big risk and you're trying to.
Well, there's not much risk when
100%
you're
is
100%
risk,
each
yeah.
time, right?
Doesn't sound like a risk.
No, that's correct, actually.
That's just fortunate.
That's why, yeah.
I love this final table.
That's so great. And by the way, that I think these guys are enjoying the opportunity to come out of their shell, let alone maybe have a little bit more EV, presumably, than they would expect at an FT of 150K. But careful making assumptions like that, as Sam Greenwood just found out. Granted, he was a 4% favorite when the money got in, Randy. 2 to come.
Yeah, I don't mind opening it up out of my shell as long as, Santa's not taking my chips.
Katola. Ace Queen suited. Rates to be taking some chips.
Looks like he raises to 200K. Tom's currently in second in chips. Kind of just been hanging in there.
Yeah, hasn't been exceedingly involved.
No shame in that, given he came into the final table second in chips and collecting pay jumps. And that chip distribution is so lopsided. Only one player above the average, which is 35 bigs. It's Vladimir Korzun with 100 big blinds.
It's just absurd. Absolute steamroller. Who did turn to the field and say, you guys got to pull your weight out here. I'm the one sticking my neck on the chopping block. Of course, the retort was prompt and apropos of that which Vladimir had declared. Bryn said, well, you're not putting yourself at risk when you're always 100%. And he said, you're right. You're right.
Touche.
Bryn, ace 10 suited. Raising it. Chidwick, queen 3 off. Interesting question comes in from Nicole Prada in the YouTube chat, by the way, and forgive us because we're just catching up on a lot of it. It was pretty fast and furious in the chat, but she asks whether or not most pros with 2 queens would have called in Gambledore spot versus that jam out of Greenwood.
I think one of the main differences is the pros in that spot probably wouldn't have fired a massive overbet as a c-bet, because there's not a lot of incentive to play a big pot, number 1 versus number 2 in chips. If they had, they probably would, because the player in the big blind that check raised all in, if he had a set, probably doesn't need to play it that fast. Maybe check raise small or check call.
Sure. Smith playing fast. Obviously all eyes on his stack, which is still the shortest in the room.
Please. 940.
A6 for Fedor, asking for a count. Now this is interesting because Fedor isn't exactly deep. He is 6th of 7 runners. This is the only stack that he covers, however.
This seems a bit light to call off against a +1 jam. Sure, Dan Smith is the shortest stack, but he is also jamming from a very early position, which contains a lot of aces bigger than the 6. The baby pocket pairs lower than the 6, like 5s and lower, they might not even just jam an early position, which isn't favorable. Also, not being suited reduces a little bit of equity. Would be a big call, though, if he can find it and be up against ace-5.
Listen, Fedor's illustrious resume is built on the backs of big calls, in part. He knows for Smith also it's a little bit of go time. He's got to make moves. Granted, he did just raise and take.
For 9.5 bigs, though, it just seems like Dan still has a little bit of wiggle room to wait around. He doesn't need to necessarily shove before the big blind comes. Feels like this is more of a case if you're maybe up against a 7 big blind jam. Maybe. Wow, any edge he can find, and he's found it.
Fedor, clicking call. Felt like it was very cuspy as he chewed on it for quite some time, and he pips Dan Smith. Granted, it's going to be a good percentage of the time that these two chop. Over 2 million in the middle as Smith steadies himself for a spin of the wheel of destiny. Queen 4 deuce. Wheel draw for Smith. Holz with a 20% edge. Board pairing is never bad.
This will chop a lot.
Smith with actually more equity to win outright now. And the 8 will deliver the chop.
Secret plays or no?
Let's give 25.
That was a big, big call from Fedor Holz. He was
Nice
right.
turn to see, huh?
Yeah.
Feel like losing to 6 kicker sweat.
So the boys carve it up, as Fedor does not get rewarded for the courage. Ace 10 suited now for Katola.
That's a hand right behind him.
Ace Queen for Korzinen.
$700.
3 bets to
700.
700,000, and otherwise pretty king jack of spades for Tom Fuchs. Promptly hits the muck.
Might be a bit dicey for Katola. Out of position, it's a big 3-bet.
500 more to take one out of position.
And he's out.
Steps aside.
Otherwise, I would be medium.
What a frame this has been for Vladimir Korzinen. Just absolutely has not put a foot wrong. Graph is just pointed straight up and to the right, as Rasty likes to call it. Over 100 bigs.
Yep, thanks.
7 deuce now for Aussie, which is out. Maybe an opportunity for Chidwick to steal some blinds, given the 2 bigger stacks have folded. Brings in min raise.
Queen 5 should eventually be returned to sender. And there it is.
Ace 4 suited quickly in the muck for Bryn Kenney. Dan Smith now.
The diaper.
Is it designer because it's suited?
Randy, nobody buys designer diapers, do they?
I don't know. Just asking.
I mean, you want a Versace nappy? Is that what you want? Admit it, you went online and looked for them when you had your first baby.
No,
I know you
not.
did, Randy. Yes, you did.
Even if I did, I'm not admitting it.
Look at that mountain of chips. We're going to have to reinforce that end of the table if this keeps up. Korsinen heading to an early break. As do the other players folding behind him. 5-6 suited, unclear whether or not that's on Fedor's mind here. Maybe suited connector, but yeah. Bins it. Ooh, Smith, ace queen. We're going to play this one.
He's getting very short. He might just open rip it, keep it simple. Not really looking to limp and give your opponent a free flop with an unpaired hand. Let's see if Aussie wakes up with a calling hand. Nope.
Nice finish to the frame for Smith, who's been lingering and hanging around, finding a couple of ladders already. Bringing himself up from the $435,000 guaranteed payout that began here to over $325,000 more. Courtesy of the $762K that's on lockup at present for the final 7 blinds will ascend to $50,000 and $125,000 up top. There's going to be $4.35 million as you look at the overall leaderboard. Dan Smith just $1 million in his stack, sub 10 bigs, level Arcatola and Holz at 15 bigs apiece, and then just 4 bigs separating that cluster from second down to fourth of Fuchs, Chidwick, and Kenney. Will they be dragged into the quicksand prematurely as they do their best to respect ICM? And Vladimir having none of it as he claimed the pelts of Thomas Boivin and Sam Greenwood. On the break, by the way, I did have a chance to chat with Sam, and he was really kind of just good with it, you know?
He's okay.
He got it in with a 4% edge. He was hoping he would be shown a king high flush draw, something like that. Had he had smaller clubs, he said he would have played it as a flat, but, you know, he just
sometimes
sees, yeah.
You just go down.
Windshield bug, you know?
Yeah.
And today
sometimes
he was
you're
the bug.
bug.
Yep. So cards back in the air, blinds 50 and 125. 300,000 in orbit, the price of poker. Expect most of the other players to be a little bit cagey right now until Smith's fate is drawn further into focus. Korsinen getting a walk.
You know what's interesting is that the elf is coming out.
By the way, that was kind of a swaggy pimp walk that the elf came around the rail there with. All right. Is he doing a lap? I don't think this was solicited, by the way. This is my fault. I suggested that they do this. There he is.
So beautiful, eh? So beautiful.
You are beautiful, that's for sure.
We are all beautiful and wonderful. Not everybody remember, but not yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Two queens for Ossie Katola now.
Oh my, we have a confrontation.
Ace queen suited greets Fuchs in the big. Tom covering stack.
Going to be looking to reshove this and
All in.
of course getting snapped off by queens.
Against the button open with the bigger stack. He does jam. Katola flicks in the call.
Good luck.
And we're off to the races with almost 4 million in the middle early in this second frame of the day.
Ace queen always loses.
I'll see. With a matter-of-fact declaration, 34% of the time it's going to win here. Even though queens are doing quite well. King 5-3 board. The queen's hanging on. No spade to worry about on the turn. And now Aussie just needs to fade an ace to keep his seat, which he's done. And that is a chomp down on the German stack as Vladimir shows his seatmate a little love to the right.
Rough spot for Tom. Nothing he did wrong. He's down there with Dan Smith in terms of chip counts now.
This is simply a matter of logistics here that has me suggesting this, but if we can get a footstool or something, you know, the rail's a little bit high for the elves. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. Have your arms up that high, I would imagine, while you're sweating this one. So just,
yeah. Okay. The other elf is just chilling back there.
Well, maybe that one's taller. The one with the beard, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I want him to put his
Maybe.
beard over the rail, by the way. I think that would be.
You have some really strange thoughts, my friend.
I'm not the one that brought elves to the FT, Randy. Don't get on me. By the way, for those wondering, these elves are brought to you by Ossie Katola, not by Vladimir Korzinin. So they're gifts, even though it is Santa.
You can give Santa some gifts besides milk and cookies.
Apparently.
2 elves.
Although Santa has been more on the take than he has been on the give here at this final table, evidenced by all those chips in front of him. Now Smith's turn with a big pocket pair. Jacks. 8 bigs.
Seems like he's between raising and jamming. It seems a little bit suspicious to min-raise off of 8 bigs. From the hijack especially. Do go with jam.
Stop it. Nine 4. Properly folded. See if Chidwick wakes up. You know, when you're trying to keep your head above water, blinds coming around relentlessly. Those pickups are significant. Smith's not complaining about not getting action. It's not like jacks are nutted.
Yeah, now Tom is the shortest stack. He actually came into this final table second in chips, so those that started at the top aren't doing so well today. Katola is actually second in chips after doubling up that hand not too long ago.
Jesse Lonis on the rail back there, by the way, already with the title under his belt here. A few FTs. Unclear who he's supporting.
I saw him kind of chat with Vladimir quite a few times, so perhaps it's Santa he's rooting for.
There's Mario Mosbach and Alex Ponikovs. See, the bearded elf, man, you can just barely see the eyes. You know, that's what I'm saying, like a little, something like Apple Box, whatever, just to...
Yeah, we didn't really expect elves to be coming, so next time we set the stage, we'll have a assisted seating.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Oh, Fedor, King 9 suited. Man, if he can find this call, and he's finding some very thin calls.
Randy, you went into excited voice right now. Is this really a potential situation for him to call off for his tournament life here, given Smith sits shorter?
If you're crushing the range and dominating often enough, then it definitely becomes a candidate as time bank does come in.
You know, we saw him with the A6 find it against Smith, though. Here, his back would be up against the wall.
There's actually two shorter stacks, hovering 9 and 11 big blinds, so it makes this even more dicey.
Yeah, losing with the ace-queen suited just moments ago actually sits beneath Smith. Oversight on my part, and that puts even more pressure on Fedor to act responsibly, let's call it. Reluctantly folds the king 9, and you can see why. 9-7 suited in range for Chidwick to be jamming.
Yeah, if dominating 9s aren't calling, you know, it just outright jamming goes way up in value. Personally, for me, I find that Chidwick and Kenney has had a very smooth final table so far. They've been staying out of the way, but still chipping up slowly to maintain their stack as they sit in third and fourth in chips.
Mm-hmm. Ace-queen suited now for Korzinen. He hasn't just been throwing his weight around as the chip leader, by the way, you know, like you might expect with all the available ICM pressure.
And then he makes it 1.2 million. Oh, and Tom's got ace-10 suited. This is a little painful, actually.
This is a throwing of weight. 10 big blind open from the hijack. These are those gross spots, the quicksand that Vladimir just lures you into. Hasn't worked out well for those that have journeyed out.
I think it's just very unclear where Korzinen is at to open at 10 big blinds. You know, against some players, you might be crushing his range of ace-10 suited. Against others, you could be crushed here. Also have 3 players to act behind him. Not great.
Thing is, for Fuchs, he is the shortest of stacks now. So he does find the call, and this is going to feel like an unfair life when he's shown the ace-queen suited, and for that matter, potentially the 2 nines of Fedor. Although what kind of appetite would Holz have in this spot? The prospects of a triple?
The good thing for Fedor, if he does continue, is that he's got the bigger stack over Tom. So in case they both get eliminated, he'll get a pay jump. If Corzine was to hold 3 ways. Nines performing against 2 players is very unclear. Tom shouldn't be too light. But there was a lot of hesitation from that call, which may suggest that nines is not really behind against Tom's range. The funny thing is, if Tom had folded, I think Fedor always goes in with 2 nines in this spot. But a forced 3-way confrontation is not particularly appetizing.
Man, you see the just kind of
Goes for it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I read that chagrin, let's call it, on Fedor's face as being like, oh man, I'm not supposed to do this.
There we
And
go.
so he moves all in.
Slightly more, I think. He has slightly more than your bet. Okay.
Yeah. Makes the call.
I
Needs
assume.
to put in just a little more.
Yeah, I think Vladimir presumed that when Fedor said all in, it was as a call, but he did actually move in about 400,000 more. Side pot will be 900,000 between the nines and the ace-queen suited. Fuchs plays for it all, and he's not in good shape. A 10 would really do the trick. King 7-5. Fedor now situated to take it all down. Still early as they're on their feet. Anxious moments. Turn card brings the nut flush draw to Gambledor's doorstep.
Is the magic going to happen once again?
He did it to Boivin, didn't he? Rokita, Mueller. Looking on. What's the river? It's a board pairing 5. GG's Tom Fuchs as one German passes his tokens along to another. The delegation cut in half here at this final table, and Fedor's just fine with that. Not a team sport. Last of the 6-figure payouts will be collected by Fuchs. 762K, Randy.
Yeah, obviously
Signal not to
quite
call.
disappointing. Look at Corzine respecting
Yeah, I was looking at you. Don't call, but
Fuchs there.
rather, yeah.
There it is officially. Brought to you by WPT Global. Ace-10 suited. You take the spot. Shortest stack. Gambledor open.
I just think it's very unclear against Corzine. I can see it go either way. Regardless, though, Tom going to be very happy when he looks back at it that he got a nice $750,000 payday, having bricked Jeju, not a single cash there, 1 cash earlier in Monte-Carlo in the very first event, 5th for $284,000. But coming in second in chips, and to bust out now, it's always going to be a little bit disappointing.
So 7 figures secured by all our remaining 6 players here. Fedor now almost 5 million in chips. He's going to be in second behind Corzine, who sustains the blow without much issue. Katola now, pocket 10s. Up we go. takers around to Dan. 2 unders. Hearts. Some connectivity. Not a lot of depth, though.
Should be enough of a hand to see a flop with, especially off of his stack. It's got to find a spot. Does bring in a time bank chip. Survey to see if it's something he's overlooking.
He has inherited the short stack duties once more here.
Clear short stack duties. He's there by himself at the bottom.
Yeah, not jockeying with anybody. King, queen, 4 after Smith flicked in the call. 2 overs to the 10s.
Definitely a below average flop for Katola. Still has the best hand. He's playing against a very shallow stack, so if he was to bet, he probably wants to bet small, but check's alright too. Which he does.
5 on the turn. Smith now drawing dead.
Not much prospects for Dan, but would love to just get a free river card to maybe take the lead against some kind of ace high. Tens is often the best, although it is difficult to value bet with 2 overs. Not many worse hands can call.
Katola approaching this one with care. Front door flush arrival on the river here. 675 in the middle. Smith, no showdown value.
But he doesn't have the stack that can really just risk trying to steal this pot. Especially against Katola, who, you know, have a little bit of stick him in with him from time to time. He is going to throw out a time bank chip, see if it's maybe worthy of a bet. But if he bets and he's wrong and gets snapped by like a queen X, it's very disastrous for his stack. It would make him have a lot less fold equity in future hands when open jamming.
Full shutdown out of Katola, giving us a glimpse at cautious, deliberate procedures there. Maybe not the type that we would have expected to be affixed to that character based on some of the data points that we collected thus far here in this festival, but multi-gear transmission on display there from the Finn. Happy to just haul it in. One of the things that I really love, Randy, is watching the evolution of non-professional poker players that get the Triton bug and then start coming to festival after festival, and the learning curve and the speed with which they are really able to improve. Now, granted, oftentimes they come to us neophytes, nowhere to go but up. But when you do get to rumble against the world's best, man, you do soak some things up and, you know, learn the game in a hurry. Maybe you make some friends. You see Lonus on the rail for Korsinen. And, you know, some tutelage goes a long way.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I was thinking that for Katola, he's one of those guys that actually gets better every single tournament he plays, because you can tell he's got the right recipe for success, just being naturally aggressive, and, you know, he tones it one way or the other when necessary.
On the topic of success recipes, how about 2 red aces in the crock pot here for Dan Smith, facing an under-the-gun King-8 offsuit open from Korzanen. This is frisky activation. Warranted perhaps by the ICM.
So the one thing Dan Smith doesn't want to happen is lose his customer. It's a spot where is there any merit to flatting or re-raising a little smaller? It's going to go with the jam though, 950,000.
Well, Vladimir's asking for a count. 950 in total, 275 invested. This would feel quite ambitious.
It's not that much more, which is a problem, which might get him into trouble. Perhaps he thinks he's got at least one live hand, but nice fold there.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm saying is, with aces, is there merit to maybe, I don't know, clicking a little bit pre just to try to invite a hand that has such little equity to come along, or maybe even flatting?
Is it nitty to try to get into the free roll without the purchase, though? Like, isn't there some sort of, you know, it's just, or like in super fine print, you get to kind of run the end around?
Terms and conditions are terms and conditions. So if you can, you know, put in the minimum work, you're welcome to do so.
I feel like it's the maximum work, because you know what you need to do to get in the front door. But if you try to get around the side door, you know, a little more work involved generally.
I might need to hit up that free roll.
Dude, I once, and I'm not ashamed to tell you this, I once sent like 60 postcards in to some hotel rewards program that had some competition, but it was no purchase necessary, and that's how you had to enter for the thing. I got like hundreds of thousands of points, which, like, as I came to realize, was good for like a couple nights at a really nice
60
hotel.
postcards.
I mean, I was in my 20s,
and
man.
they weren't going to Santa.
They weren't going to Santa. I mean, I didn't quite get a lump of coal, but, you know.
Yeah, you got a couple of nights of hotel.
Yeah, it was all right. At a Waldorf, you know. You bonus hunted for a while. Don't look at me like that, Randy.
I like to keep these things to myself when possible.
Ace Queen. Catola won't be keeping this to himself. Announcement forthcoming from the button.
His favorite tagline is Ace Queen always loses.
That's so true. And yet,
gotta raise it up.
I just realized the beard could also kind of be used as a hand towel in these situations. I suppose the hair as well.
I don't need to respond to everything you say, right?
No,
because
no,
that
that's
was
fine, Randy.
that was weird.
They're not all winners.
Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. One of the worst things I've heard.
Damn, Randy, you need to triple down on me. 7-6, by the way. It's not great, but it's not so bad that Chidwick's going to muck it. Defending. Doing so off of what is now 2.6 million. Open ender on a 9-high board. Checks over.
Acceptable for Chidwick.
Yeah, there's worse texture that he could have been looking up at. And this is not exactly what Catola wants to see versus the min-raise open. Chidwick could be wide and interacting nicely with this sort of board. We unblock diamonds as well. $175, the size.
Yeah, looking for clearance. Not going to get it from Chidwick. Chidwick will want to play this one slow, just because Dan Smith is still very short. He's got a comfy stack. No need to inflate a pot against a player who's willing to put chips in there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's call and try to hit that 5 or 10. 7 or 6 would be good in this case.
Instead, the board pairs. 350 more on the flop, bringing the pot to over $1 million.
Feels like nothing wrong for Katola to just check and decide on the river if he wants to try to pick off against diamonds or straight draw, but you know what? He's got really good awareness to realize that ace-queen is still good.
350K, the second barrel over here, leaning hard on the open-ender for Chidwick, which really shrivels in the face of a second barrel.
Yeah, also with the board pairing, there's a chance that his outs are no longer good. Case is up against a full house, and with another flush draw, some of those outs are tainted. He makes a straight, his opponent might make a flush. So definitely not very enticing to continue once more out of position without the betting lead.
$750.
Oh, look at this. Chidwick knows that that passive check call line is not really one that he wants to be associated with here, so he's going to check raise it, and the 9X belongs to him.
Definitely more so in Chidwick's range from the big blind. Yeah, I like that he's check raising instead of check calling and forcing himself to hit the hand. Now he's finding a situation where he might even just take this pot here on the turn.
This is such a sick find out of Stevie here.
But this is sicker. To bet call ace-queen high?
Now, it was just another 400 to call, but we could easily be drawing dead. As it turns out, Katola far from it has the best hand, and a third 9 on the board now. I don't know. The salesmanship of quads is a tough proposition here.
Yeah, and also, let's just say Chidwick's got pocket threes. They're not going to be thrilled to see another 9 show up.
Right. 8X we don't expect to be a part of the procedures.
Yeah, to check raise turn wouldn't make any sense. If Chidwick was to bet, he's looking to just fold out some kind of draw that missed. You know, like Jack 10 of spades, Queen 10 of spades, or diamonds. There is a chance Chidwick just throws out like 25% pot to just shut out those high card hands. But I'm not even sure if that gets it done against Aussie's ace-queen high.
$425.
425,000. The sizing is modest. Not so much when you consider it in relation to Stevie's stacked back, and he does get snapped. I wonder, Randy, if he unloads the clip there, though, if Katola can find that call.
The problem is it's too dangerous to unload the clip. He could have been up against a full house, and he could just be out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as played, there are a number of pocket pairs, of course, that Aussie can have. Credit to Stephen Chidwick, man. He'll give you all you can handle when he digs in, but Katola.
More credit to him.
Sticky. And you know,
that wasn't that Elmer's glue stick, you know? That was that called
Gorilla Glue. And with that takedown, it is Korzinen and Katola. The invitees in an invitational up at the top of this leaderboard, holding court in this 150K, 6 remaining. Chidwick descends to the bottom of the leaderboard. Just 10 bigs in front of him, almost $300,000 separating 6th and 5th.
Poker's been good, Ollie.
I want for nothing, genuinely. And you know, sometimes I'll selfishly wish for a curveball pitcher to take the mound, somebody to mix things up for the GTO sorcerers out there, and here they are. Katola, who's shown us very steady, steely nerves out there. Korzinen with some self-restraint and discipline. Perhaps new operating systems uploaded overnight into the CPUs.
Chidwick now, shortest stack. Offsuit king, just about 10 big blinds. Might just rip this one in, hoping to just take this one down. Though it's up against Fedor Holz, who doesn't miss a single spot. But a quick fold is welcomed.
Oh, yeah. Chidwick begins the process of reclamation and recuperation. Randy, guess who just paid us a visit in the booth? One of Santa's elves.
Yes.
He just came down here. I wish we could take a shot of this. This is incredible. Do we have toys for the kids? Is everything? Next month. That's right. It's November. Yes. You're taking it easy. You're on vacation. Don't forget about the kids. I've never talked to an elf before, Randy. That was awesome.
Bucket list checked.
You know they're freakishly strong, right? I wasn't going to arm wrestle that dude.
Let him know he's freakishly strong.
Shh, Randy, don't say it out loud.
Oh no, is he coming back?
Bro, stop.
No.
Queens.
Pissed her off.
No stopping for Korzinen.
Uh, 750.
750,000.
Again, coming with these chunky pre-flop open sizes.
You know what it is, right?
I
That's
know.
the same size he c-bet with to stack Greenwood. Exactly 750,000 in chips.
I confess I didn't see the muchas gracias coming at the end of that takedown. We're running out of days to hang out with this guy, Randy. Oh, we got to do it.
You want to hang out with Santa before?
I mean, not like, you know, fake mall Santa. I'm talking about, you know, Korzinen.
This is the real Santa, right?
Listen, I saw a couple of reindeer in the valet, and I'm just, don't need to ask.
Only a couple? All the two of them had to work?
I guess there's no Reindeer of the Month program where they get to take November off. Suited one gapper here. Oh, this is... I like what I'm seeing here, you know, because this is a landscape that definitely affords Vladimir, even well short of pocket pairs, the ability to accumulate chips.
Yeah, he's very aware that big stacks can open up their game. You know, we saw him raise King 8 offsuit earlier under the gun. Now he's raising 8-6 suited into Dan Smith. Dan Smith's got a playable hand. Out pipping 8-6 at the moment. Although betting lead is going to be Korzinen. Where if it doesn't hit Dan at all, he can just take a lot of flops down.
Smith actually dominating with similar kit. Ace, queen, 5. No spade out there. No pair for either player. This is where you c-bet the air and just presume to take it, right?
Well, he put one finger out for a second. I thought he was going to touchdown for a check. But I would like to see him bet. If not now, at some point.
It's not that Vladimir is shy of mannerisms, but I haven't baselined this man in any way, shape, or form. He seems so balanced. This could be quad 5s, aces full, 8 high.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Dan to win. I think Vladimir Korzinen will fire at some point. If Smith can just keep getting free cards, he'll take it. And he gets one more. Play to board.
If allowed, which is not a given. No, by the way, Smith might not want to be playing sharesies either.
Yeah, he might not, but under normal circumstances, a player who just keeps checking back as the pre-flop raiser can easily have a queen or some weak ace. Love to see Korsinen bet now. Yeah, he realized at some point he's got to stab and just steal this away.
This is wild. I mean, the value proposition is just so dusty, even if you do think Korsinen is light. 650 of your 1.1 to carve it up.
It's not a great proposition.
No, it's terrible.
And Korsinen can be very tricky.
And he just muscles Smith off of the chop there. Expect the unexpected.
Good starting hand for the chip leader.
And this more in line with typical open sizing. 275. And when you do choose a wide variety of open sizings, you want to be sure to be balanced. Last thing you want to do is develop patterns that are going to be picked up on by these ultra sharp pros that surround you.
Just pure dominance from Vladimir so far.
Facts.
Dan Smith, ace queen. Been on that short stack.
Yeah, he has.
Trying to get out. Looks like he will take this one down, although count is being requested.
10-5 suited doesn't seem like a candidate.
I suppose there's a price if you're asking for a count.
Stepping away from the suited combo.
A little bit of relief.
A lot of relief, if I'm honest.
Because you know this guy's got live cards 100% win rate post flop.
I hold my breath so often when the camera's parked on Vladimir with a decision. Man, just has me in the blender. I'm not even out there.
Imagine how they feel.
Yeah, exactly. Smith, with that ever important pickup, continues to play orbits free of charge as long as he can do that once per.
Oh, it's not running on any of the clocks, so I'm just telling you. Like, look, it's not moving.
King Jack. Small blind. Vladimir surveying.
Chidwick's short, so he could just open rip this one. Bumps it up.
What was that announcement there?
350.
Bless you.
Bless you.
So just under 3x from the small blind. He gets the queen 8 out.
Yep.
It's my first time bank.
Of the tournament? Or just today?
For this tournament,
For the tournament?
That would be an astonishing reality if Korzinen truly had only used one time bank all the way through this tournament down to that moment right there.
Yeah, he'd be giving Richard Young a run for his money. I've never seen Richard Young use a time bank in my life.
Yeah.
King 10 of clubs. Kenney's been quiet. Happy to just stay away as damage is being done everywhere else.
Does Vladimir's palate include a taste for this sort of kid? Yes, it does.
Really like that he's ramping up his aggression pre-flop.
Oh, and he gets through. And this is a very frustrating thing when all of a sudden Korzinen's starting to pick up ideas and do a few things on a very professional scale here with 6 remaining.
And if he's getting confirmation that he should be raising and they're just folding, he's not going to stop.
Positive reinforcement.
Old or new? Old blinds or new blinds? Old blinds?
Days. Just one is in there.
Pocket 4s into the bin without any fanfare whatsoever to the right of Korzinen, who's begun
465.
to emerge as a little bit of a mallet out there, pounding down.
465, but it's like 475, right? I guess, right?
Big raise pre.
He's all over the map, and they're all out of his way.
Doesn't matter which size he opens to, he just takes it down pre every single time.
Blinds up to 75, 150. This is bad news for the shorties. Smith and Chidwick the two in focus right now. Bryn Kenney not so far ahead of them. 15, 11, and 9, respectively. Prior to the blinds going up, now it's 13, 9, and 8, respectively.
And how much is that? 5, 8. This is $1,025,000 plus that, yeah. 175.
1.8, 1.9.
By the way, that's the elf that came over to the booth not long ago. I know you guys had a little bit of trouble hearing him. Didn't have a mic, weren't ready for the moment. Korzinen's ready for the
Fourth in
moment.
a row?
600, yeah, 600, yeah.
Yeah, VPIP has gone way up here. And I think he's been emboldened by the lack of resistance, as the hand itself is not one that he's going to be in love with. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, Jack 10 offsuit can resist for a min raise. Or for 1 SPR for Dan Smith.
Queen, Jack 10, top pair against bottom 2 here. Hazardous texture for Smith, who checks over.
Feels like stacks are going in. Bottom 2 pair versus top pair. Whatever bet size
550.
Korzinen comes in with, would expect Dan to be check jamming, especially against 550K. Nice favorite for Dan Smith in terms of equities.
$550.
Here we go.
Make it 875.
Call.
Korzinen calls. Smith proudly furnishes bottom
Wow,
2.
Beautiful, I love your card.
Now, you know, it's funny because when you hear Vladimir say that, you're not sure if he loves it because he's got you roasted.
Life gave you a present. Yeah.
Not yet.
Well,
Oh,
no,
my
you
goodness.
just don't fucking win after that.
This is bananas. Smith poised to be the most recent victim, unless he can find a Jack or 10, which he can't. And I mean, you know, as much
Yeah. Love you. Thank you.
as Dan is a competitor, you know that he wants to win. You know that that hurts. He doesn't hesitate to give Vladimir one of the customary hugs and just accept that maybe it's Santa's world and we're all living in it.
Yeah, just not his day, but
you make him think he's got a gift coming in and take it right back from him.
No, but it's already was gift 2 pairs. But he disbelieved in the what.
he didn't
Well, he saw
believe.
Fedor win a hand against you. He thought you were beatable, so he came for a fight.
You cannot
Showers for Smith, Randy, just resigned to be the most recent victim of Gambledore.
Yeah, he did come into the final table 8th in chips. Got a couple pay jumps there. Won a cool $1 million to add to his payday.
One of the steadiest, most seaworthy vessels in these Triton seas is Dan Smith. No title, but certainly a worthwhile bouquet.
Really love how Dan Smith was just kind of still enjoying the moment, you know, like that was really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it was strange because the instinctive reaction is to just lament how insane, how many SDs away from the norm this parlay has been for Gambledore, and then yet just also have an appreciation for the magic that it's been for him, and let's be fair, how good it is for business overall. Maybe not in the immediate near term at this FT, but certainly in general.
Could have a spot here.
Fedor, ace-8 suited, opening. As everybody now assured 1.3 million. The next gap, 316,000. Kenney rips.
Kenney realizes he needs to try and chip up.
Note, by the way, that he's 4 big blinds clear of Chidwick, who's the actual shorty, and rooting for a collision.
That should make Fedor interpret this reshove as more so of some strength. Ace-8 suited is a lovely hand, though. He's going to lay down. And that pot's kind of interesting to me because I remember during the main event that Bryn Kenney won, he had reshoved King-Queen for more blinds, and Jaffe had actually called off with like ace-9 suited for more towards 18 big blinds, whereas Fedor
30 minutes.
folds in that spot.
The small number under the big number says until
How many minutes till the base?
Look at the elf.
Getting a
The
little
bearded
cameo.
one.
That elf's been kind of slacking, if I'm being honest, relative to the other guy. You know, the other guy came over here to the booth, said what's
Right,
up. He
guys,
did the
you are
lap
not
around the
looking at
table.
all.
He's earning it. Maybe that other
No.
elf won that Elf of the Month competition and then decided I don't need to elf no more.
Not to work.
You know, don't push anything. Just let it come to you.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out in the YouTube chat to a member of the Triton family, used to join us at the festivals. Zach from the Biz Dev team, soaking it up from home. Good to have you with us, Zach. Pocket threes here for Fedor. Cut off open to 325,000.
350. Ooh, that's even better. How much? 325. What is my? I can call. Can I raise? Yeah. So I can raise or I can call.
what's the minimum raise then, I guess?
Raise?
Okay, so what happened here is Korzinen declared 350 even though the raise was to 325. So we're determining whether or not that constitutes a defense
It's a call.
or a click.
That's call.
Okay,
3.
I think I like this decision here. 350 is much closer to 325 than it is to a click back.
This definitely
Now he
changes
knows
the
that I
ranges,
want
though.
to raise. Ha, ha.
Korzinen wanted to re-raise. Fedor knows that.
So with that
And
in
this
mind,
situation, I have to raise 525. 25.
Korzinen is going to lead into the pre-flop razor, perhaps repurposing chips that he meant to deploy pre on a 10-high board, and he just gets Fedor off his hand with ace-8, Randy.
No, I really wanted to raise. Yeah, I just. Didn't see that you.
I didn't know that was the rule actually.
Yeah, I had no idea what the rule was going to be there.
I thought if you announced something, I didn't know that the number has to be.
Vladimir is the literal GTO wizard. Merlin, warlock,
Well, I'll talk to him
sorcerer,
tomorrow,
whatever
actually,
you want to
when
call him.
Okay, give him a hug and say some
I'll tell him Santa
complete
Claus.
idiot made a good observation of you. That would be.
Man, he really got Fedor in that hand because he really sold it as, I have a re-raising hand. C-bets leads. Oh
It just worked
gosh.
out perfectly for him, and it just seems like so many situations where everything's got to go exactly right. Everything's got to happen perfectly. That's exactly how it plays out for Gambledore. I mean,
And he just binned the small blind with Queen Jack of Clubs against the Aussie Open.
this is just sit back and soak it up, folks. Don't try to understand it. Just enjoy it. Maybe that's a product of something that I touched on earlier, though, where he wants to get heads up with Aussie, so he doesn't want to maybe take chips from him. I'm not suggesting that there's any collusive aspect to it. It's just him in his zone, doing his thing. And here's Aussie doing the top pair thing against second pair Chidwick with problems.
I think this is the end of Chidwick. He's only got 725,000 remaining, not even one SPR. Chips are flying in. Which way? Chidwick first. This
Rips it
off.
Yep. There's the flick. Stevie gonna look up and realize he's in trouble with 2 to come. 5 outs. Twice a 4-to-1 dog with almost 2.3 in the middle. Can he escape a 5th place finish? Not on that turn. And not on that river either. And so it is the mighty Stephen Chidwick's time to say goodbye.
We're still in there.
Katola
Who survived them.
chipping up 1.3 million. Going to Stevie, Randy.
Yeah. Nice deep run. Came in 3rd in chips. And now crosses the 60 million mark globally. The 3rd person to do so. 3rd cash of the festival. Pretty good.
Yeah, an incredible over $21 million in career Triton earnings. Title number 3 will have to wait as cash number 45 is notched. It happened uneventfully, not in quite the same spectacular fashion that some of the other departures were wrapped up in.
425.
But now, everybody wrapping up another ladder. Here at this FT, 4 remaining, an extra 316,000 earned. Next pay ladder is 350K roughly. Raise and take for Vladimir.
Average stack is 41 bigs, and the 2 players above of the 4 remaining, Korzinin and Katola.
Oh,
Did you imagine this?
I can play pillow. Wow. You see what's
It's got pillow hand.
Wow. Pillow is good, right?
Yeah, I'll take your hand versus mine.
No pillow. What a magic happened again.
Well, there was
magic
2
happened.
missing in the deck, so it was never meant to happen. So.
Yeah, it's anyway,
Yeah.
it would never happen again. But for joke, it happened.
Yeah, anyway, it was perfect. It was supposed to be for you before, and everything went your way, so I'll take it as a good sign.
It's a beautiful joke.
There's a few people in the chat clocking the fact that Sensei, who tends to be the kind of guy that takes fate into his own hands, and we've already on multiple occasions talked about just the incredible frequency with which the big 6-figure buy-ins at a Triton in particular tend to be exactly his specialty. Makes deep runs as he has in this 150K on the heels of winning the 125 main. Has been sitting back spectating for the most part at this table and doing so to great profit.
There's nothing wrong with just laying back and letting players boss. He's already laddered from guaranteed 435,000 when 9 remain to 1.6 million. That's 1.2 million more. And he just chooses his spots and just hangs tight.
Yep. Right as I say, he's been largely uninvolved. He does ask Fedor for all of it. Holz limp folding the small.
Honestly, yeah. Yeah, but this wasn't the time. It was okay for my experience at that time.
Ace king suited.
Magical hand.
$400.
Oh my gosh, are we playing the big one?
El Clasico on the horizon as Katola looks down at Queens, sitting 6.1 back. He's 3x'd, and look at Vladimir. He's like, what have you done, son? Are you going to shower
Hi,
yourself?
my beloved son. I only can go all in. All in.
You go all in. Okay. Yeah. Call.
Here we go.
Oh, we have the same cards.
It's got ace king.
No.
Yeah.
12.6
Of course.
million
Fair.
floods forward, and the two least likely entities to be looking for this sort of harm have found it. The deck choosing violence, but shining down on Katola. Here on the 6-high board, sun still shines. All but the ace or king will anoint Katola the 12-6, and that river makes it official. Vladimir not lamenting it whatsoever, giving a fist pound and giving a huge helping of his stack over to the Finn.
Got a new tournament chip leader.
This is the most insane
Maybe push the chips a little so it doesn't have to.
final table
This is my wall.
that I can remember being a part of. It's got a little bit of everything, doesn't it?
Yes. Man, we could have been down to 3 if ace king got there against the queens already. Look, the elf was smiling, and I think he just realizes what happened. Santa's lost half of his stack.
That's another 4. 4, 5, 6, 7.
That was a massive pot.
I mean, he's not done paying it off.
No. Still paying it off.
This is like a mortgage. Several installments required to clear the note. As marker down and Katola up.
During that whole collision, Bryn Kenney and Fedor was thinking, we going to get another page up?
What do I do with this?
Not this time.
On the break, they will change.
I'll break now.
19 minutes.
So here's the landscape. Katola, 13 million, let's call it 84 bigs. Second in chips, Korzanen, out-chipped better than 2-1, sitting 6.1. Third is Fedor with 3 million. Kenney with 2.5. 350K ladder between fourth and third. And Katola goes to work using chips that used to be parked to his left. Suited and connected. Korzanen defends. Looking no worse for the wear after that violent collision. And looking no better than 10 high on this 5-4 deuce board, which looks familiar. Katola, flush draw and a gutty, 2 overs. Does not follow through.
Yeah, perhaps he's looking to play it aggressively in case Korzanen bets, but starts with a check.
And then the club on the turn. Gives Aussie the flush. Korzanen with no flush draw.
Value to be sought.
I'm sorry for the aggression. I'm sorry for the aggression.
Aggression? No, it's okay. It's all part of the game. You have to see whether it has.
Just little hugs.
Yeah, yeah. It's okay.
Friendly.
No, no sorry. No sorry.
That was a tender, genuine exchange there. Aussie apologizing for the aggression, and immediately you heard Korsanen say, no, that's part of the game. No sorries.
Exactly.
Love it. Eight, 9 offsuit, and Katola has been bestowed the honors. Facts not lost on him.
Problem? Fedor's got 10s in the big blind. There is some merit to 3-bet to induce. 3-bet shove is fine too. Does rip?
Yep. No hesitation. That one's over easy.
Sounded like we got some Fedor fan club on the rail.
Felt like a one-man sort of situation. Was that an elf clap?
Yeah,
I think it was Mario Mosbach.
Okay.
I've done
And he's not an elf.
well.
No, he's full size. Is that? Am I allowed to say that? I don't. Anyway, since when do I ask permission?
Just gonna stay silent.
350.
King 10. Raise and take there for Vlad as he starts the process of trying to recover.
So Vlad is still in a very healthy situation given how much of advantage he has in terms of chips against Bryn Kenney and Fedor Holz. He also has position against Aussie Katola. So Katola can't really mess around with him too much.
Pretty one for Vlad.
$350.
Taking us upstairs. Fedor with 7s.
Back-to-back pairs. 10s
Unlike-
last hand.
Unlike the 9s, able to close the action or reopen it with a jam, rather. These 7s, a bit of a different proposition. Down a couple of clicks, 2 players left behind. No, he just jams again, Randy.
It's better than flatting because you don't want to take this one multi-way if possible. You got lots of fold equity. And Vladimir has shown to raise quite a lot. I was sweating it though.
Sure.
And Korsanen's in the tank, and he's throwing in the time bank card. Man, this would be a crazy call on a pure coin flip with 9-8 suited. Does he feel the magic?
Nope. Did have 2 overs. You know, he touched on this idea of getting signals. I don't know how facetious he was being when he brought it up. But dialed into the universe that time. ushered him out of there.
So Fedor pushes himself up to about 27 bigs. Kenney, ace-3 off on the button. Up against Korzinen's big. Gonna try to steal some blinds to survive. Could be the day off or the 9 to 5.
Sure enough. Small haul for Sensei. I spy Christoph Vogel saying on the rail. Thomas Muhlacher alongside Mosbach.
Okay.
Got to assume they're all there to root for
Fedor.
Fedor. Miller there as well.
Who's the elf rooting for?
I think it's a Katola Korzinen combo, just given the man signing the paychecks and then the man that they're hired to root for. Just, you know.
There's got to be a slight edge one way, like Queens versus Ace King.
That one was a weird one for the elves. You know, don't bite the hand that feeds, but, you know, stay on mission. Ace King open from Katola. Oh, the K9 unit does flat.
Not a bad hand here for Fedor closing the action.
Did I just put 5? Oh, no.
Three ways. Kenney on the sidelines.
Two sixes, two spades and a 3. Ace King still in front.
Yeah, not the board texture that's going to get Fedor or Vladimir in trouble. Mostly Katola often has the best hand with Ace King high.
Check.
He's got the chip lead too. It'd be nice for him to just sprinkle in some chips. Small blind flat doesn't rate to hit this board either.
425.
$425K. See bet and take it, sir. Rich getting richer.
He's cruising.
With 4 remaining here, let's just get a look at the resumes thus far at this particular Monte Carlo Festival, which is winding down. 688,000 cobbled together for Katola. You finished 5th in the 40K mystery bounty. 207K plus an 80K bounty. 16th in the 100K 8 max for 183 in his last event was also a cash, that being in the 125K main, where he finished 21st for $218,000 here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
Katola's got a knack for the game. I'm telling you, the more hands he plays, the better he gets. And he's really just seems like he's right at home as the chip leader at the moment.
You know, they're soaking some things up like sponges, are the first timers. Ace 4 open this time, VPIP way up, not lost on the field.
King 9, not too shabby from the big blind.
And Brit knows all eyes on him. Given he trails the pack, 7 blinds back of Fedor, does defend. Does not find help, however, on Queen 7 deuce. Let's see if a little c-bet is forthcoming from Katola, despite his disconnection.
Katola hasn't been shy of putting in C-bets. Must be very aware of the situation that Kenney just can't have too much. This is nice for Kenney. Gets a free turn card, and he turns the 9.
Hopping in front here, given that opportunity by Katola.
Feels like if you got this far of ace high, you should just continue to check. Trying to show it down as cheaply as possible.
Yeah, there would be something slightly incongruent about deciding to bet here and not flop on that dry board, right?
Yeah, I think if you do want to bet turn, then you're better off just betting the flop.
Aussie agrees as he checks back and running 9s now for Bryn.
That's the cleanest run out you can ask for.
Dreamy. Now remember, Aussie, not to interrupt, Randy, he called Chidwick with ace-queen in a spot. Granted, sizing on the river was such that the price was right, but it was the check raise on the turn call that showed kind of his adhesiveness. Might there be some polarity that could pique his interest here if Kenney comes big? Which he doesn't. Or does he? Was it 875?
Yeah, he went massive.
Wow.
And polarity makes ace-high call downs a little bit more enticing.
Very much so.
Right, because you don't think this is like a deuce going for thin value. Kenney is repping like a 9x, maybe some queens. 7x doesn't often play this way, I would think. I think a big question for me, though, for Katola is if my opponent had some kind of bluff, like a draw, I think they just fired a turn a lot, whether it be open-ended straight draw or hearts.
Wow, he does flick in the call. Credit to Bryn, by the way, Randy, as he identified that there's going to be a good bit of ace-high looking for showdown as played there. Granted, you know, Katola big stack, wide ranges available, but just sensei opening up the dojo.
That was nice. Kenney really got the maximum against ace-high. And like you said earlier, he saw Katola call down ace-high against Chidwick for a massive pot.
Rewinding that one, though. C-bet on the flop with the ace-4. Maybe we take it there.
That's a good point. No, we definitely take it there.
You know,
With
well, you
flop
know,
C-bet.
nothing's
I know,
ever
but like,
definite, but
most
yes.
likely.
Yeah. Something to bear in mind.
Kenney's one of those guys, you don't want to give him chips. He knows how to take down a tournament or two.
Yeah.
So Katola off his high water mark now as that takedown by Kenney was very disappointing for Fedor, who now sits 2 blinds back of Bryn for the short stack. And interestingly enough, this could be a really nice setup for Katola despite losing that one, as he's got 3 guys out-chipped by a huge margin. The 2 in Holz and Kenney that will be jockeying. Here he is with ace-6. Fedor button open.
Falling.
Oh, and he's going to pile.
Man.
Big finger wag.
What a play.
Concession from Holz.
I find Katola a very dangerous player to have the chip lead against. He seems to be willing to be a bit more aggressive pre, is my first thought.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He's really relishing and savoring the opportunity before him here. Ace-9, the opportunity before Fedor. Undaunted by the previous exchange, he comes forward. Katola going to flat.
He can afford it.
Ooh, suited baby ace for Korzinen. Might he have collected an ID or two across the last few days here at his first festival?
1,025,000.
Yeah, it
He
would appear
sure
so.
did. Man, he's sharp.
I'm just saying, don't underestimate him.
Look at that move.
That's sexy.
Deserved.
And the deal is, anybody who's made enough good decisions, done enough things right to find themselves at this point in their lives able to come in here with very little experience, hop into a 200K, 125K, 150K event, multi-bullet, and never be flapped by any of it, you know? That's a guy that has to have some sharpness under the hood somewhere, somehow. Taking a peek at the counts. Fedor 19 bigs, 2.8. Trailing. Guaranteed 1.6 million, 350 the available hop. If you can work your way just one spot further up this totem pole. Katola doesn't need an ace to open, but he happens to have one here on the button. King 7 going to dig in here. Jack 9 deuce, swing and a miss. Spade does work. No spade in hand for Katola, who peeks back. Remember, he did not follow through with ace high against Bryn. It ended up costing him dearly.
Yeah, I wonder if that makes him change how he approaches this spot, ace 8. Although different board.
Yeah, it's a wetter board for sure.
But you're onto something, Ollie.
I think the adjustment's been made. Katola betting 375K. You know, Fedor doesn't really have the kind of ammo that allows him to get down the streets and into potential weeds right now. Every chip precious as he looks to maintain contact with the peloton.
This would be dicey. He's gone.
Yep. And so are the players, as it's break time here in Monte Carlo. Ossi Katola, the man of the frame, 63 bigs, sitting better than 2-1 in front of his buddy Vladimir Korzinen to his direct left, who in turn is in front of Kenney, and Kenney in front of Holz with 4 remaining. 12-6-5, blinds at 100, 200, with a 200K big blind ante. Every 4 hands, $500,000 in chips comes off your stack. That's 125K on average each pot, the price of poker, and that helps to underscore just how much pressure there is to get involved. 1.6 million on lockup, 196 and change, 350K hop.
King 10 suited. Nice hand for the button.
know if you caught the elf back there. He gave a little wink. And not sure. You know, I don't fully trust. Anyway. Vladimir, 450K. Anytime Katola bows out and Korzanen has the opportunity to resume the program, I think he's going to be more inclined to do that. Obviously, a decent kit with which to do so on that occasion.
Yeah, that's why it's good for Korzanen to have position on Katola, opportunities to steal if Katola gets some dust. Hello, elves. Oh, he is working. He gave us a thumbs up.
I'm telling you, that one there, just, that's the second wink we've seen. You just don't really know what the agenda is with those elves, right? Like, anyway.
You're obsessed with the elves, my man.
I'm just saying, man, you gotta clock those guys. You gotta keep tabs.
All-in.
Open jam, A6 offsuit for 30 bigs.
This is really not for the faint of heart.
Like king, but it was king 4.
Ah, yeah. And may I have a Americana with hot milk? Yeah, thank you.
Santa needs some coffee. Did we partake in a wardrobe change?
It does appear that perhaps during the break, Katola did fetch something to replace the Dior hoodie.
Do you think he's already feeling the glory, ready for like a winner's photo?
I mean, you got that kind of...
He's blinged up.
Gold chain motif there. It feels a bit Philip Plein.
It goes in line with the Triton trophy, the gold.
Sure, he's looking to coordinate. Jack 10 offsuit in line with a 650 open.
But then he also has a marshmallow on his head.
Yeah, it doesn't all have to match, I suppose. That thing's got to be toasty, by the way.
You know, the Finns, like you said.
Yes, s'mores, for sure. The Finns are world-renowned for their sauna habit. Like, they like a schwitz. You know, dead of winter. They got the little cedar house out back or whatever, just roaring.
He's been rocking this, like, all day. It's got to be cooking up there.
You know, I saw, I think this was on a plane. You know, I was running out of content on one of these transoceanic flights that we have to take for Triton, and there was somebody who's a sauna chef, where they actually cook inside the sauna using, you know, the heating element. I'm not kidding, man.
Okay, so you just drop a steak on the floor and it just sizzles?
It was wild. Yeah, kind of, I guess. It's just, anyhow, Ace 3, Katola, has been sizzling of late. 7-8 suited. Resisting temptation, and now Fedor, pocket jacks, not going to be able to do the same.
Going to welcome this, and also Katola made it north of 3x. He might just price himself in as played. There we go.
Call made. And trouble presented. 4.35 million chip pot. The fate of Fedor Holz to short stack. Hangs in the balance. Let's see 3. And let's see him in ace-free form, says Fedor. No diamonds to worry about across the way. His camp all on their feet. Now hold the phone as a 4 all of a sudden drops an extra 4 outs in Katola's lap. Could spoil all the fun with a deuce or ace on the river. And no spoiler.
Fedor Holz.
Was somebody on Fedor's rail getting a massage while railing? I mean,
that's what's happening.
That's kind of expert mode, if I'm being honest, right? I mean, I'm sitting here, might as well.
I mean, maybe Fedor's covering the bill. It's all good.
I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the case. Not that Fedor doesn't have generosity, but, you know, that would be weird. Like, hey, listen, I'd love to come rail you, but I had this spa appointment. Now I'm willing to cancel it, provided that I can get 90 minutes, you know, on your tab.
Would you be willing to cancel it? Because I don't think you would do that if I was at a final table and asked you to.
I'd be in the steam room, phone in hand,
The steam room.
watching the stream. Listen, I'm not kidding. Rasty and I was in the sauna trading from my phone before it overheated.
I see. Like, oh no, close that position now.
Yeah, that was a little bit dicey, I'm not going to lie. Not so dicey, of course, is maintaining the chip lead for Katola handsomely. Relative flesh wound after Holtz doubled through him. 6 1/4.
Yeah, Katola seems to have made some adjustment to size up during that break. He's making it 3x once again.
Back on track is Ossi. Now, in the last frame, I started the process of just trying to break down the festival thus far for players, and I got through Katola. I did not, however, get through the others. And just given what we bore witness 2 moments ago, perhaps the man of the moment to focus on would be Fedor Holz. His festival coming into this one, Randy, included just 3 cashes in 7 attempts.
Actually cashed the very first event he played, the 30K, 21st. Big score for him, though, wasn't 100K when he chopped it up multiple ways. 3rd place for 1.5 million and fresh off of a 14th place finish in the main event for 300,000.
This will be far and away his biggest score of the festival. Maybe a festival saver of sorts, given that he didn't cash in the 200K Invitational. That's a pricey one. 8-9 suited. A pretty one. Has piqued Fedor's interest.
Not so nice, the 4-3 off, which is out.
And things going well thus far here for Fedor. Much to the dismay of Bryn Kenney, who now sits 10 bigs back of Holtz. The lone shorty. Now Bryn, button plus ace.
It's a hand he could jam, but I think he's happy just raising small because Korzinen hasn't been defending the big blind too wide. So you can just risk the minimum. Aussie, though, he might put some pressure with this ace-7 off. He stays out of way, which is great for Kenney.
Queen 5 for Korzinen, and that one is returned to sender. Nice little pickup there for Bryn.
Korzinen now, 6-4 suited. Let's put in one small blind.
Or 50.
Declares 450,000, getting after it a little bit.
Mixing it up.
Fedor no longer on a nub, 24 bigs deep, just 4 shy of Vladimir and dominating the 4.
He's got position. Price was cheap. We take a flop.
Nine, 6, 3. Korzinen with a pair and a flush draw. Timing could not be better.
Magical. Double checking, and yeah, it's the goods.
Sure is.
$750.
This ought to make Swift work. Good night, Queen high. So on that note, let's focus upon the very first ever festival for Vladimir Korzinen and how that one has taken shape across 7 events coming into this one.
So he did break out the very first 2 events he played, but then in the 40K mystery bounty, did get a little cash there for 31,000. And another big score, of course, was the Invitational playing against Patrick Antonius, winning 3.47 million, and he was close to just close that one out. Had Patrick at risk at one point, heads up.
He ended up calling it off with bottom pair outkicked. On a board that we wouldn't have necessarily anticipated all the chips to get in on. And Patrick certainly, when he got called, didn't expect to have the best hand, but yet he did. Earned himself over $5 million in that one. Fedor limping.
Kenney's the shortest stack. Does have an opportunity to see a flop.
And he'll take that opportunity with no further investment required. 600 in the middle. King, Queen 5. Couple of hearts. Pairless kit in both camps.
Could see Fedor fire the flop. Doesn't. A little bit of interaction for Kenney in terms of backdoors. Seems like not much incentive for them to attack, but the 5 might be the card where Fedor rises up and tries to steal, as there's less things his opponent could interact with to continue.
Yeah, pretty dry in terms of board development.
If he doesn't bet this turn, he probably will bet the river, even unimproved, to steal. Checked over to Kenney.
Bryn's 10 high has a skosh of showdown, does it not?
A little bit. The thing is that
Oh,
if
now
it
it's
has
5s and
showdown
4s, by the
value,
way, but go on.
I don't think Fedor is going to let that 10 high show down if he's got inferior hand like 9-6. So
Good
my
point.
read is that Fedor will try and stab in the spot of 9 high.
Unfortunately for him, that stab probably isn't going to work unless it's something real crazy.
Doesn't take the bait. Doesn't stab, I mean. Notice how he just said you win. So
Yeah, I mean, it
just
wasn't
kind of
impossible,
waved the white
but
flag.
I think he expects anything worse than 9 high would have been betting the river, so kind of cheeky, but very much informed. Well, with a little pause in the action there, we can also now talk about Sensei Bryn Kenney's Monte-Carlo. Randy, and he's played just 5 events. He bricked 4 of them, but then what happened in the 5th?
You know what happened the other day. He won the 125K main event for $4.4 million, his second main event title.
Incredible. Rocking that Epic X watch from Jacob & Company with pride, signifying that main event victory. And he actually won his first main event prior to that collaboration, so that is the one watch he owns, but he's got 2 extra large trophies in the case, as Korzanet. Comes with the not extra large 450 Open. Takes it.
And Kenney actually has a chance to do what he did back in Montenegro in 2019, where he played 3 events and won 2 of them, one being the main event. He could win 2 events here as well.
I mean, it would just be an astonishing added figure to what is already 2.7-ish, right, Randy?
Average,
in
yeah.
Average cash at Triton? Come on.
His minimum cash right now is $1.6 million in this tournament. Survive once more, he's got 1.962 locked up. And top 2 increases the average even more so. So it is possible. He's grinding out there. 9s reshoving.
Holds the opener, bows out promptly with the King Jack. Ace-9 suited for Aussie. Chip leader. Elevator up. 3x plus, by the way.
Yeah, it's been his sizing since the start of this frame. Before, though, it was more in the lines of 2x or so. The nice thing about the sizing is you actually dissuade, you know, Fedor and Bryn Kenney from defending their big blind, which they have much more experience with in terms of post flop.
Pocket sevens. Katola activates again. Take it once more, sir.
Easy game.
Is that like a
Mona Lisa.
dude Mona Lisa or something? Like a repurposed? I'm not sure. This is where I lean on the YouTube chat. Who is that on Aussie's shirt? I wonder. Oh, looks like lunch may have repaid someone a visit. That wasn't you, was it, Randy?
No, it was not.
What'd you eat for lunch?
Chicken
tenders. It's so crazy, man. The minute I asked the question, I was like...
But I also had some dumplings with it.
Oh, the shumai.
Yes.
Excellent choice. Did you go shrimp or?
I go shrimp personally.
Yeah. Oh, me too. Nine six suited on the button. And Fedor will open. Katola just passing.
Yeah, it seems like Katola and Korzinin haven't been willing to defend the big blind too loosely, which makes sense, just being out of position. Hard to navigate. Offsuit hands, unconnected.
Nine seven. Katola taking it easy with a limp.
450.
Oh, and Korzinin not going to be checking back. Ace eight.
Ace 8 does rate to be the best hand. Gets it done with the raise to 450.
Boy, there's a lot of pre-flop raise and take sort of stuff. Kenney on 14 bigs, shortest stack. 4 bigs north of him is Fedor at present. And, you know, we would have made presumptions earlier at this final table that Katola and Korzinin were not looking to pick fights with one another. Yet there were a few instances on which we found them playing pots. Obviously, Queens versus Ace-King was the big transfer of power. But the ICM ideas have been tossed in the wastebasket on more than one occasion.
Three of hearts for Fedor. I wonder how he interprets this limp from Korzinin. Yeah, this makes sense because Korzinin has been raising a few times from the small blind. Just expecting this to be a limp fold. Nicely done from Fedor.
Activation.
Nice yeah.
With the kitchens, as Nicky P introduced him to us, 10-3.
It's only the kitchens if it's offsuit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then is that the breakfast nook? Or what room in the house is 10-3 suited? Randy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm bored.
Okay.
I mean, I know I'm not supposed to say that. I know I'm probably supposed to act like this is all very exciting right now, but I need friction, I need drama, I need some cinema. I've been spoiled by this crew.
Okay, so let's get a raise in there. Ace, deuce of hearts.
Okay, this is a start.
And I want some elf action in this hand at some
Elf
point.
action would be nice. Ooh.
Okay, you're getting action
50
here.
and ace 4 suited. Let's see what the reaction's going to be from Fedor. He rips. Bryn loves to see this. Sitting 5 blinds back.
This seems like a bit much with the deuce.
You just, you know, I don't guide us into any sort of assumptions about what's going to take place. There's just that field-based, what's the signal, what's the universe telling us aspect to Santa that might be informing those decisions. Randy,
What?
I'm hungry.
I know what you can order.
Yeah, listen.
Chicken tenders.
Tenders, yeah. I mean, you're on your 3,000th tender of the trip. I'm surprised they're not out at this point.
I did just get only 3 last time I ordered it.
That's right. Holz. Gonna get 500,000, that is. After opening with the ace and taking it down. You think rationing efforts now coming out of the kitchen with the tenders, 2 days left on the festival?
I think so.
No, I bet you when the order comes in, the chef's like, is it the Asian kid? Okay, we're going 3 tenders now. We can't. He's just been hitting us too hard with the, with the tender orders.
There's a counter strategy.
Yeah.
You order twice.
They're trying to.
2 orders of tenders.
They're keeping an
so you
eye
get
on
6.
They really are.
Do you have any other things you want to tell me?
Randy.
Just figure you get them off all at once.
Randy.
Yeah?
I don't have any other things to tell you.
Okay, cool. glad you're done.
Well, we're not done here on the Triton Super High Roller Series. 2 remaining days of play. And a winner needs to be crowned here at this final table in the 150. 50K PLO looking for a winner still, Randy? I didn't clock that one.
You're welcome to look.
I confess. Heading back into the app in search. That one's still in progress. Currently 4 players remaining. We'll get to that momentarily as we see Katola 5-3 suited. All right. The name at the top of the 4-player leaderboard in the 50K pot limit Omaha is the name of a man who's had a very rough festival to this point. Just 1 cash in the 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro for a total of $134,000 in 9 efforts up until this point is the best that Ben Tollerine has been able to do. But he's got almost $7 million in chips, 56 bigs. Max Lemansky in second, 4.7, average stack of 4.1 million. Joe Chuen in the 4-card streets, 3.6 million in chips in front of him. And Michael Duick, 1.1 and change in front of him, as they all have guaranteed themselves $393,000 with over $1 million going to the eventual champ in that 50K. Those wishing to keep tabs on that action are directed to the Triton Poker Plus app, which by now, what are you doing if you don't have it? Is where those in the know understand how to keep tabs on other events in the room and keep tabs on the event on your screen here. And this is an uneventful Queen Jack Deuce board for Fedor. 5 high after limping small. Kenney check back to suited queen, turns it into top pair.
Yeah, much needed flop for Kenney as he's blinding down, and he's going to welcome this bet from Fedor, betting just 5 high. There's, you know, that previous history where Fedor just checked down 9 high in similar texture. Fedor trying to sell the story that he's got the goods.
$200K lead and call. Fedor drawing dead now. Could very well be a one and done.
On that turn card, very likely Bryn Kenney's calling range tends to improve on the 9, where some pairs now pick up straight draws. Good pairs like Queen X and Jack X, not really looking to fold at the moment. Could see Bryn Kenney just trying to get value, charge the straightiness of the board. Kenney's been very content keeping pots small.
Fedor finds a pair on the river here, and this is in part, Randy, due to that ICM. He'd like to stay ahead of Holz. Coming into this one, though, Holz 11 bigs north of Kenney.
Checks over to Kenney. The queen just has to be good. Wow, checking that one back. That's surprising. Pot over to Kenney.
I mean, listen, it's so impactful if we can take chips away from Fedor in the effort to jockey back into third in front of him and then place the ICM pressure back on Fedor. But Bryn just didn't get after it at all across all 3 streets, and I'm not so sure I understand it.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that he didn't think Fedor would bet a jack on the flop, therefore that's the main target. And Fedor just has something that's just going to check fold, or he's got some kind of monster.
Blinds did just go up, by the way, 125 and 250 what we're playing now. King 8 for Korsnen. This is level 25, by the way. 9-7 suited as we go to level 2.
Fedor's been very happy raising buttons against Aussie Cotola's big blind. He must feel that he's not getting attacked enough. Cotola Queen Deuce suited. And Queen Deuce suited bins it. This has been very nice for Fedor. That's a hand that definitely could have saw flop. Queen deuce suited. I think because Bryn Kenney and Fedor are able to steal blinds with the short stacks without much resistance, they don't have that much incentive to go hard pre-flop against one another or even post. You can see Fedor opening ace-5 off with just 20 big blinds in the cutoff, third place in chips.
You know, every final table does feel like it grinds its way into a portion of the program that reveals itself to be deeply technical. And you know Fedor and Bryn have an appreciation for that.
Yeah, I feel like they've got a very similar game plan, although Fedor activates a little bit more. Regardless, we go to a flop. 10 out of clubs, can certainly see one. Gonna see 3. Flop. Oh, that's a good one for Korzinen.
Yep. Top pair. The fruits of defense versus the wheel draw. And ace high.
And ace high rates to be the best hand most of the time on this board texture. 5 overcards the 4 and a 3. He's got a gut shot. Decides to check because he doesn't want to get blown off his equity against Korzinen.
Turn pairs the board. And Vladimir checking over. Unclear if this is designed to induce.
I think so.
And it's working. Holz now barrels 350.
Yeah, let's see if Korzinen check raises this small bet. Comes in with call, so Fedor gets an opportunity. Try to find a deuce or an ace.
Instead, it's a 6. 2 million plus in the middle now.
Fedor does have some showdown value of ace high. I don't think he would need to turn it into a bluff.
Check.
So pot. Over to Korzinen. Fedor taking note. He was up against top pair. Look at the little fist bump. Like, there you go, buddy.
He's into it.
I never see Fedor and Bryn Kenney give each other fist bumps when they win pots.
You're right, Randy. They're not.
They're thinking, yeah, you know what, why don't you just bust to him so I can get that nice pay jump?
Fedor, man, have you ever considered just taking fourth here? What do you think? What do you say, bud? You know? I hear there's some great restaurants in Monaco.
You know what, I'll pay for that massage for your rail for you. You don't have to pick up the tab. Just bust out first. What's he got? Ace queen?
Wow.
Yeah, good.
He was ready.
Ace queen. Never wins though, so maybe good.
Lucky.
Lucky.
With ace queen.
Playing off of the Aussie philosophy that ace queen never wins. It did all right against Stephen Chidwick. Granted, it needed a little help from the cockpit.
He worked hard for that win.
Yeah. Landed it safely. 8-9 off on the button. Vladimir bowing out.
Got a hand here. Ace-Jack. I'm expecting him to raise because Bryn has not been raising his limps. Yeah, this makes sense. No need to trap against Kenney. Kenney's got King-9 offsuit. Man, this seems...
All in.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Here we go, run it.
So Fedor, 2.1. Extra 300 slathered atop by Kenney, who is covered, and we've got the collision that rated to be the one we were going to see at some point involving Kenney. 5 million in the middle. And no king and no 9. Sensei at risk. Ace high holding on.
It's got a chance.
Turn. Parks 4 extra outs in the form of a gut shot in Camp Kenney. Can he find the K9 or the 8? Yes, there's the 8.
God, Bryn Kenney. The rail. Stunned.
Yep. Shell shocked.
2,350,000.
Big pot for Kenney. That really just changes the layout because Fedor's only got 7 big blinds remaining. 1.8 million in chips. Currently in last.
Thank you.
That is brutal. So there's a look at the updated lay of the land. The German down to just 7 big. Sub 10, not where you want to find yourself here. Especially with the mighty pay ladder between 4th and 3rd of 350K. And of course, the massive up tap, 4.35. Things getting way too serious right about now. Understandably. As Kenney lofts himself up to 20 bigs at the expense of Fedor. Took the worst of it.
Okay, it's hoodie off time. Korzen likes to get involved with these ace-9, ace-8 type holdings.
5 seconds.
600.
Raise to 600,000. Fold.
Katola, 8-5 of clubs. He hasn't been defending his big blind. This hand is decent and gives it over to Korzen.
No further interest. Oh, it's Mosbach getting the rub back there on the rail. Okay, fair play.
In it for the long run. At least hoping so.
Fold.
Bryn Kenney, Jack-9 of clubs.
Raise to 525,000. Fold.
525 of the newly acquired tokens put forth.
Fold.
I feel like Bryn Kenney really likes his seat, having position on Fedor. He's been raising buttons and he's just been taking the blinds without having to even see bet flops. He's grinding up there. 22 big blinds.
Chip leader Katola, by the way, down to 37 bigs, just 6 clear of Korzinen in second with 31 bigs.
So Bryn Kenney, ace king, finally a real holding for him.
Deck shining down, and this could be trouble for Katola if he wants to get frisky.
Katola has been staying out of the way.
Yep. Looking over those 7 big blinds in front of Fedor.
Just queen 4 off. He's put in 2 big blinds already of his 7. Gonna try to flop a piece. Maybe even go for a stop and go if he flops some kind of straight draw.
325 more required. And that is not the board he had in mind.
Yeah, only has 975,000 remaining. Two overs to the board. I'm just going to assume Kenney's going to want to put in chips given how short Fedor is. And you don't want to give a free card to hands that just give up.
Yeah, not quite all of it, but 900K. Kenney was ready to spin. Or give a spin, rather.
Bryn Kenney, man, he's getting up there, closing in on Korzinen at the moment.
That trophy seeks a home. Who will it be?
Well, we've got 2 players that already have Triton titles under their belts, 2 newcomers. It's hard to say. Advantage to the newcomers in terms of chips. But plenty of big blinds to play with. 10s in there. And notice that he comes with min raise instead of a larger sizing.
Kenney not in great shape with the 10-8. Does defend and find second pair on a queen high board. 1 over card to both players.
Could see Kenney get into a little bit of trouble. Fortunate for him, though, the queen out there make it hard for Katola to get multiple streets of value.
Follow through of 300. We're not going anywhere at that price.
No, we don't mind this price. Doesn't really set up a situation where he has to call it off by the river. 2 million in the middle.
Turn. Doesn't help Kenney's prospects.
That card does improve Kenney a bit more than the cutoff open. It's a bit of a board freezing card where Kenney has 2 pairs in straights, whereas Katola not so much.
And I would imagine this would explain why Kenney has chosen to lead.
Correct. And he also gets to deny equity against 2 overs. But once he gets called, there's definitely alarm bells for Kenney.
Now a 4-liner on board. 6X is supposed to belong to the big blind defense.
Yeah, I think if Kenney didn't have an 8, he probably would follow through with another bet, say he was on a straight draw. But he still has enough showdown value against like ace-7, ace-5, these hands. That 8's no good.
Good no 10 came. Huh? Good thing no 10 came. For me.
It would have been interesting if Kenney had gone hard at that river, but obviously there would be deep levels of irresponsibility associated with that, just given Fedor now lingers
It's my board for
3 bigs deep.
69.
And that's your hand too. It's your year.
Yeah, it's in my passport. They say I'm 69.
But who really knows?
Yeah, it seems like Bryn has picked up on something I touched on yesterday. Man didn't say I'm 69 years old. Didn't say my birthday is, you know, certain. He just said my passport says I'm 69.
Let's hand the 10s over to Korzinen.
$650.
Takes us up further. 110 in the bin. And Catola's deuce 4. Quickly mucks after
You
it.
had the same red ones? Or you had one black?
One black, I think.
One black?
I don't remember. I
I
just.
think it's 2 red.
Actually, no, I think it's me who had the black. That's why I was thinking
Yeah,
black.
he had 2 reds.
I think so.
Exactly the same to Cascade.
Just passed it over one.
Let's continue the circle.
What a magic, huh? What a magic
Good
happening
time
on
to
this
do that.
table, huh?
That's for sure. Lots of magic.
Yeah, lots of magic today, yeah?
Lots of magic today.
Lots of magic.
You know, Phil Hellmuth for a long time has talked about this white magic.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a real thing.
The thing
I
is,
will
we've
first
just
look my
watched it
card.
play out here. Maybe.
Then I will make my blinds to...
I'm just saying something to possibly be explored, especially by you down here at Casino Monte-Carlo, where a deep lack of magic has left you
I've been getting sent to
I'm
black
so generous
magic.
today.
deeply in the red. No, you're in the red magic, so you need black.
Let's dance.
Let's
Are we
dance.
dancing?
You don't want to hear that.
Oh, all of them, huh? Not this time.
Not this time?
Not this time.
Not your reason? Not your reason?
Not feeling it. Says no.
5's jamming.
Our friend says no.
Okay.
Queen 10. Not looking to boogie.
So Fedor's in the big blind now. Didn't play that last hand. It's going to be very committed.
$100K PLO also going down right now. So 3 total events still in action.
Oh.
Oh no.
800?
Korzinen smiling, then raising.
250?
Mischievous.
Did he call?
It's
Okay,
the
he
time for
calls.
dance, actually. Whether you want it or not. No?
It's onto a flop, and Fedor hits trip 8s.
That he does.
Now what's the time? You have 250?
350.
300? Okay.
Well, I don't think these ships are coming back.
No. We can wave goodbye to that bundle. No diamond on board, running 10s.
Oh, it is good.
It's good.
Too good. For
That's
bigger
what
stack.
Vladimir needs.
I trapped you.
For bigger stack. It's nice. I give up. Surrender. No need.
Manos arriba.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That is a rare opportunity to activate for the Fedor rail.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Which one of
But
them?
we already determined it.
Yeah, throw.
You know, I just had a
To
thought,
change your mind.
Randy.
Yeah, just stick
If
with
you
the
have to compete with a rail that includes 2 elves, maybe.
No, we had just not a conversation, but just to.
Anyway,
words who will be number 3?
I like your guys' plan anyway. I'm still
No,
here
we
in
didn't
this
have
heat.
plan, but we just who will be number
Oh, of
3. I
course.
pointed on you. Yeah.
And who's number
Wh-
1? Who'd you guys have for number 1?
Doesn't matter.
You'll see. But it's all for a greater purpose.
Yeah.
It's all for what?
All is for a greater purpose.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was saying
Who
maybe
really
the best
are,
way
he knows.
to combat the 2 elf rail is with some giants.
Who we really are, he knows.
You remember
You
WWF back in the day, Andre the Giant, right? You show up with that guy on your rail.
You just need one of them.
All of a sudden, the elves are going to keep it in line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say 1 giant probably equals 4 elves. Because 2 elves equals 1 normal. 2 normals equals 1 giant, right?
You don't have
You're
a
the analyst, Randy.
Ollie,
What?
I hate to break it to you, but you don't have a normal brain. There's something wrong in there. I don't know what it is.
You're
But
only now realizing
The
that.
break. Will we have break when 3 people will stay?
If you want one.
I won't, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, not big, like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
big.
They'll give you one.
Yeah, yeah, let's. Whoever 3 stays, so yeah. Just fresh of air, fresh of smoke.
Smoke break being solicited by Vlad, or negotiated rather.
does that mean he's anti-sweating Fedor Holz right now?
Just so he can get a smoke.
Fedor's got ace-8. Nice spot.
As good an excuse as any
1.3 million.
to enter. All of it
Man, this
delivered.
hurts. To get dealt 7-3 suited when your opponent's just jamming 5 blinds.
Good luck.
He's gonna gamble.
7-3 suited. The hand that he's chosen to gamble with already did have 250 out there, but I would say this is ambitious, but maybe some impatience on Ossi's part, thinking let's just get rid of this pesky German who's blocking my path to victory.
Let us take a flop.
Ace-8 doing well. It's already been 1 double for Fedor. Might he find the second? Turn brings him 1 step closer. Katola breaks hearts with a 7er tray. Mosbach in prayer. And the ace will play on a double paired board.
Thank you. You need it?
Yes, thank you.
Vladimir engaging in the applause as well is just emblematic of the fact that this guy's not out here to chisel pay ladders or anything. He just loves to play the game. Fedor up to 12 bigs now. We're not going to go through on any parties, but we're just 4 bigs back of Bryn.
Yeah, we're kind of resuming this Fedor versus Bryn Kenney. Who's going to be out next?
Bryn.
So, yes.
We'll take that walk.
Why not? 6-3 suited.
Kenney now, Jack 8 of hearts in the cutoff. Starts the hand with 16 bigs. Gonna raise into Fedor's big. Oh, and Korzinen's got 10s once again.
This is troublesome.
It's dancing time.
I don't know whether or not Bryn's going to want to disco with this one either.
1.9.
Raised to 1,900,000.
There's the 3-bet Fedor with ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking to get involved with the action in front of him. The funny thing is, if Bryn Kenney didn't get involved, Korzen and Holz would definitely be going to war.
And Fedor does bow out.
Yeah, I would like mini break. Just 5 minutes smoke, go to toilet, yeah.
Nifty
You
pick
don't
up
mind?
there.
I mean, let's take one in 5 minutes when the next level starts.
Yeah, before next level, yeah? Before next level. Or, yeah.
Requesting a break for the beginning.
5 minutes break.
Yeah, just 5, huh?
Yeah, just 5.
I mean, listen, fair be it to an elder statesman.
Please.
The plumbing, not necessarily as taught later on in life. You know, just a quick tinkle.
Look, there's nothing wrong with negotiating a small break if everyone agrees.
Yeah, the thing is, he's not just trying to hit the
Not
bathroom.
right.
He's trying to hit the...
Time.
I'm not really sure what he's trying to hit, if I'm being honest with you. He said smoke. I dare not speculate on exactly what.
Just wants to hit the deck, all right? So he can just ship this tournament.
I promise you, Randy, he wants to hit more than that.
5 seconds.
2.5 million.
Raised to 2 million.
You know what I want to hit? You.
I just got you a Kit Kat. Wow. No, I see how you repay the favors, Randy. Mm-hmm. Raise and take it for Fedor from the small. A lot of the chat, by the way, issuing warnings to this field about the opportunity that was given to Fedor there with that 7-3 suited by Aussie. Second double he's enjoyed. First one with the trip 8s through Korzunen. Now he sits level with Kenney at 12 big blinds. And he could pose some problems. As Korzunen's 7s. raise it up to 800,000 and take it down.
Yeah, Korzinen has grinded his way back into the chip lead.
Kind of crept up on me, but you're right. 7 bigs clear of Katola.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 250, yeah. 250.
Great spot for Fedor. Picks up jacks.
Now with enough chips to maneuver a bit, min raises, seeks a patron.
Unlikely from 7-5 off. Korzinen hasn't been defending these type of hands before.
No takers. And now Fedor is clear of Bryn. That is a big development and a disappointing one, of course, for Kenney as they continue to jockey.
Oh. I no,
It's just
not too much spicy, but I will just.
Did he say not too much spicy?
no, Paul. He said
Blindly
pause.
check.
All right, so a
Away
limp
from
with a
King
dominant 7, a blind check, and now an open-ender up against trip 6s. Randy, I don't need to tell you how this one might end up playing out. Look at Fedor has lit the fuse by leading quarter pot. Or rather, in position after the blind check, forgive me. Barreling.
8,000, 2,500.
How great is this? If you're Fedor, you're holding trip 6s, blind versus blind spot.
I fear for this man's future, as I'm
Let's
not so
dance.
sure what ensues from here.
Korzinen requesting a partner to dance with.
5 seconds. Hold.
Turn brings a 7. Fedor's full now. And a snap jam from Korzinen, followed by a snap call from Fedor. Vladimir
Wow, 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 wow.
draws only to a chop.
He needs a 7.
Case 7.
Beautiful.
Otherwise, Fedor's going to have his 3rd double of the frame, and this would be the meatiest one.
It's a full house, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
No 7 available.
Now we deserve the break. Now Holz is not have objections.
2,300,000.
And what a way to head into the next blind level for Fedor Holz. Absolutely incredible developments here at the final table. They came out of nowhere. Bryn Kenney left a distant 4th with sub 3 million. Fedor now in 2nd with 24 bigs. Korzinen vaulted. Merciless ascent. And on the topic of ascent, Fedor 3 blinds shy. The chip leader, Aussie Katola. $4.35 million first place prize, the chunkiest portion of the 18 million plus that we collected here in this one, and I confess, that's not a prize pool that looked like it was going to take shape. When this one got underway, I thought it would be a very modest field, but multiple re-entries, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this 150 gave us all we can ask for in terms of payout, prize pool, characters, storylines, pots.
Just an unbelievable tournament, and we still have plenty to go.
It ain't over yet. You're right about that. Fold it around to Fedor in the small.
So he's playing against Bryn Kenney's 10 big blind stack.
650.
Gonna try to steal it. Kenney's got ace-3 off. This is going in.
Is it?
All in.
At least for Kenney. Not the jack-deuce, and that's a very good pickup for Kenney. Got an extra raise in there from Fedor. Don't need to see showdown.
I don't know if Sensei fights for Miyagi-Do or Cobra Kai, Randy, but I know he's got plenty of fight, and he's not going to go quietly. What do you think? Is he more Miyagi? Is he more Cobra Kai?
Fun fight.
Oh, he's a Cobra Kai. Come on.
I feel like he's Cobra Kai, too.
Similar.
But not quite Cobra Cow.
No, that, of course, is Rui. Cow, who's been notably absent here at this festival. Did play the Cash Game Festival out in Jeju, but I thought he calls France home, I would think, in his backyard. Monaco, he'd pop on down, but maybe he is here. Maybe he's just not playing the tournaments. Who knows? What we do know is Vladimir will be playing King-Queen suited, and he's going to be doing it for 3x and change. Now, Kenney with pocket sixes.
I mean, it's just too much hand. You're the shortest stack.
All in.
Korzinen might have some 3x folds, and there we go.
Jam.
Feels like Korzinen's going to call this one off, too.
Aussie gets out of the way, rather, with the ace-8.
2.5 million more. He's juiced it up with his large sizing pre.
Patrick Antoni has emerged on the rail. Beat Korzinen, heads up in the Invitational. Biggest score of his career just a few short days ago. Korzinen makes the call. 2 overs, plus clubs. Are going to take their chances against the sixes. Kenney, relieved to be in front, of course. To the flop we go, and it's 2 clubs on board. This is sweaty. Sixes, puckering. A dog with 2 to come. And now back to a favorite. Just look at the sheer volume of outs, though, for Korzinen. King, queen, club, all spoils the party, and there's the club. Which comes down onto Sensei Kenney.
Yeah,
and that's the death blow.
Here, brother.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah, enjoyed
Thanks.
your company. Thank you.
Genuine wishes there.
Let's see.
That's the end of Bryn Kenney.
He looks shocked.
He does a little bit.
Maybe he's become so accustomed
I'm not ready to leave.
to winning these things that he's unfamiliar with the procedures of stepping away from the stage without a title in hand. But that's exactly where he finds himself, eliminated in 4th
Yeah, as soon as
by
I
Gambledore
said
himself.
everything is changing so fast. It's
Everything is
just
changing.
boom in a moment.
That's right.
Picks up 1.6 million, Randy, but no more than that.
did play 6 events this festival. His other cash besides this one is the win in the main event for $4.4 million. I
don't know.
A nice score here.
$6 million in pickup.
Still, the only person with over $70 million in career earnings. Going to make it even more tougher for others to overtake him.
And Katola is going to be making it even more as he faces an open in front of him with pocket jacks. Prophecy, by the way, that Kenney would finish in 3rd from Korzinen, not coming true. Fedor securing that hard-fought 350K ladder.
Look at this raise from the button. 5-deuce suited from Fedor.
900.
And the min 3-bet from the small blind from Katola. Oh, Korzin's got ace-jack.
Hang on a second.
And
Wow.
he gets out of the way. Discipline.
3 became 6, became 9, and the ace-jack didn't hesitate whatsoever. Fedor's going to get into the weeds a little bit here. Relieved, of course, of the pressure of making it into the top 3 as he tries to make his way further than that. Can do no better than a pair of 5s on an ace-high board. Katola's diamond works as he's got second pair effective and the betting lead with 2-4 in the middle.
Also bad for Korzin, who realizes what a flop top pair would have been the best hand against these 2 hands. For now, though, the 2 jacks is it's a bit tricky. That 1 overcard. He made it so small pre in terms of 3-bet that Fedor can just hang around with anything.
Now, no follow-through from Ossi. Where does that leave you in your mind, Randy, if you're Fedor? He does check back, finds a wheel gutter on the turn.
Yeah, it's unclear, but tend to just try to hit your hand against, you know, an ace, queens, jacks, kings, I suppose. It's hard to say. Not too often do you see min re-raise pre-flop from the small blind. Fedor picks up the gut shot. Sees 2 checks. This looks like price setting to me to bet just 475,000 with his hand. Not expecting to get check raised with the line from Katola.
So, 475 is flatted. Here we are at the river. Front door flush comes in. Holz did take his shot at the pot on the turn.
Oh.
Now a lead from Katola. Not sure we anticipated this.
But you know what? Katola probably thinks he's got the best hand just because of that small turn bet from Fedor. Doesn't seem to be tethered to the ace. And it seems like Katola's trying to extract from the 10. But really, Fedor's just got the pair of 5s, and he's got chips in hand. He's making the call. What value did Katola just get?
Wow. A non-believer was Holz, and that
I don't know what the fuck was that misclick race. 600 to 900.
painful. And you hear Ossi say, I misclicked.
That paid off. Because Fedor wouldn't have saw flop if that size was bigger.
Later, once.
Huh? Great
Remind
point.
me later, I have to tell you something about this hand.
Yes.
Wants to tell him that he had ace-jack.
Yeah, maybe.
That really worked out nicely for Katola. Got ace-jack out with the misclick 3-bet pre, which keeps the 5-deuce in there, and he got 2 streets of value, cutting down Fedor to just 3.5 million in chips. which is good for 12 bigs.
Raised to 700,000 from King 9.
Dominated.
Fedor defending. Finding second pair against top pair. This does not bode well as round 2 skews in favor of Katola. 185 in the middle, 2.5 back.
You could see the case for Fedor committing chips at some point in his hand, given he's only got 2.5 million back with a decent pair up against a small c-bet of 400,000. And he's up against a very wild Katola.
$400,000. Follow through. Fedor calling understandably. Turn is dry.
Now, Katola's got a hand that's worthy of getting chips in there. It's more so, is it better for me to bet smaller and just try to keep those 10 or 8Xs in that might fold to a jam? Looks like he went with that small bet. And for Fedor to call that last hand with the 5, he must think that Aussie is just out of line often enough to continue, especially for this price.
All in.
Oh my gosh. He's check jammed it.
Ooh, good luck.
And Katola does not hesitate to say good luck as he flicks in the call with top pair, and luck is exactly what's going to be required for Fedor to keep his seat.
Just 2 outs for Fedor Holz. Well, we're down to heads up. That's it.
Yeah.
Board pairs,
Yeah, Fyodor.
and just like that,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
it's Fedor's turn for the warm embrace
Now we have 10 minutes break?
and the cold
10
world.
minutes break. Yeah.
GG's.
Okay, yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Ah, hello. Okay, you get one too. Yeah, schade.
Well, he's given love to the rail, and he's given third place payout, just shy of $2 million. But there will be no additional Triton title earned for the German here today, who sits on 4 career titles now with a 25th cash, bringing him well up and over 17 million throughout the course of his Triton career. So the heads-up stage is set. You didn't slam it, Randy.
How far down did you get in your can? Oh, look at this. Kisses being blown.
Of course. This man is an absolute legend, and it didn't take him long to cement himself in that status.
Look at Patrick. You're here again, Korzinen?
I mean, Patrick's the man that beat him heads up. And Ossi is Patrick's compatriot from Finland. This feels like a no-lose situation, though. If you're on the rail, keep an eye on the elf. Patrick, he's sneaking up on you. Just saying. 2 non-professional players, recreational players. Is that cookies and milk for Santa? Yes, sir. Ossi Katola knows how to ingratiate himself. By the way,
That's
you know,
wonderful.
late in life, you do want to go easy on the dairy. Unless you want an unscheduled 15-minute break. I hope that's almond milk.
Kit Kats count as cookies, right? kind of wafer.
That's as close as we're going to get out here. There's a look at the chip counts as these two collide for glory. Already assured such a handsome payday of, let's call it $3 million. Courtesy of second or better. Can't overlook the $1.37 million difference between second and first. Randy, I got to burp so bad.
Yeah, and we have elves on the rail. We've got milk and cookies.
You got clowns in the booth.
Oh, clown in the booth, yes. This is a refreshing
Randy, I'm
heads up
sweating.
coming in. You're sweating? How are you sweating? It wasn't. That's supposed to cool you down.
It won't be my last, I promise.
You have a lot of terrible ideas. Remember when you showered yourself?
Yeah, in London.
Yeah, good thing you didn't use Perrier. It would be bubbly.
Yeah, that's true. Although you use Perrier in order to get out stains, so I don't think it'd be that bad. Anyway, here we go. Corson in 7-5 suited.
You okay there,
He's
buddy?
I got to burp so bad.
You're not recovered yet. I'll take it over for a second if you want.
Straight draw for Catola.
Buddy, you all right?
I'm so scared that it's just going to happen. Okay.
Just time it.
I can't control it, man.
All right, so Aussie Catola going to come in with a little bet. Imagine. Come on, why are you still laughing? What are you laughing at? Like, what are you laughing at?
It's bubbling. Oh, you do the work thing.
Yeah,
Randy.
I'm trying to, and then you interrupt me with a laugh out of nowhere as Korzinen makes the call with bottom pair. Man, if he finds two pair, we could just end the tournament now.
Not going to happen. Four of spades turn. Catola picking up the flush draw. Santa likes the cookies.
All right, look at this 9-6. I've never seen this shot before. Kit Kat.
Now the thing is, you got, make sure you got like wet naps or something. Because he's gone right to the cards with the Kit Kat. That's
Let's make it fast. All in.
possible chocolate markings, and all of a sudden, let's make it fast is declared.
You know, he could just be drawing dead. This heads-up match might be over soon. How does he just jam right there?
You normally got to wait till the 4th of July for these sorts of fireworks, but Korzinen setting off pyrotechnics early
I
here.
don't want to. It's finished fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, I think we should play.
Yeah, I thought we should play. Yeah. No bullshit. No big bullshit.
I mean, this heads up is the only reason I even came here. So.
Only on what?
This heads up is the only reason why I came to the tournament in the first place.
I have different reason, but it's about.
I mean, I would never go to France unless there is a good reason for it.
Three, 5 off. I'll see limps.
King Jack is a good start. He built this pot up pre.
.3. 4x plus out of Korzinen. We've seen all manner of sizings out of him.
I wouldn't read into his sizings pre. You'll be making some assumptions that could be very wrong.
Yeah. And by the way, that has served Vladimir really well. If you are going to march to the beat of your own drum, make sure that you're not doing it in a predictable way, to where all of a sudden these players who have been desperately seeking data on the newcomers to Triton as they've had to navigate against them will very well be able to counteract.
So it looks like we're going to see a decent amount of limping so far as Korzinen continues to sip on that milk.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how I feel about that, by the way. I'm no gastroenterologist, Randy, but I've been down the lactose streets myself a time or two.
All right.
8 on the turn. Gut shot straight draw for Vladimir. Board pairing 3, no action post. He's really housing it.
We're going to give him eggnog next, you think?
That stuff's nasty. Katola showing a little nastiness there.
Nice take.
Yeah, 300,000 with no showdown value. He says if you don't want it twice, third time, I'll activate. Just a 2 million chip advantage for Aussie at present. Queen Jack suited, a pretty one awaiting Korzinen in the big. Aussie clicks it.
This is a hand worthy of a 3-bet for Korzinen as he brings in orange chips.
.4. And now he's drawn level, roughly, with Aussie. It did not take long. How about a just, you know, garden variety, everyday, 1
Yeah, thank you for chocolate and milk. So good together.
$4 million heads up freeze out.
Don't thank me.
You know, just going to say this, but Korzinen, just looking at his profile on the app, his average cash is, it's going to be at least $2 million, at least.
I mean, inspired by Bryn, perhaps, as we see this one, limped and checked back. Both hands that could have activated. Ace-high rainbow texture.
Curious to see if Katola comes along with King 6 high. You know, it's got some potential. Nope. Are we supposed to
Now it's your
offer?
turn for good cuts.
For what?
For good cuts.
Thank you.
Go on, Randy.
Are we supposed to offer the milk and cookies to the elves as well for Santa?
No. No, you got to steer clear of the elves.
Were they like gremlins or something if you
Might-
feed them?
Listen, actually, I do get similar vibes. You know, Gizmo sort of.
Don't feed after midnight?
Exactly. Water.
Don't let them touch milk. Don't feed them cookies. All right. Got it.
$600.
Pocket deuces. Clicking. No, thank you, says Vladimir.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see a little bit of everything in terms of pre-flop. You know, I'd imagine both of these players don't have that much experience playing heads up, just given their limited time playing the game.
Ace-3 suited now on the button. Again, not content to min-raise.
Yeah, I think it's fine, especially with big blind ante to size up a bit.
Ace-8 suited here on the button for Katola.
Jack-9, definitely worthy of seeing a flop. One gapper. In heads up, you just have to play more hands. So he will take a flop.
10-6-4. Couple of hearts. Swing and a miss for Korsinen.
Ace high. 8 kicker. Doesn't want to get blown off his hand as he checks it back. Korsinen playing fast with another check. As does Katola.
Speedy arrival at the board, pairing 6. Front door flush on board.
Maybe Korsinen wants to attack an ace high. Or king high that's just checking down. It's crossing his mind, and this could be very credible, especially as he grabs over betting chips. 2.1 million.
Where did this barrel come from?
Out of space.
The ace-8 simply muscled off of its hand there. And again, we witness Santa doing more taking than giving. He's got himself the chip lead now.
Just one opponent left to triumph over.
Couple of dusty king X's.
Nothing wrong with limping and seeing how your opponent reacts if they're giving you free flops and you've got position. Limp pots.
Queen 10-8. Nobody paired.
I mean, just because nobody's paired doesn't mean they're going to fire at some point, given what just transpired that last hand. Although, difficult on this board texture.
Both players checking. Board pairing now. Two quick checks once more. Third 10 rolling off.
King high, good for both players.
King high.
Chop it up.
Chop.
Uneventful exchange, that one.
Heads up matches. Playing for $1.38 million.
Onwards. Here's the thing, man. I don't know what it is, but I just get so nervous. Sat here watching Korzinen play heads up because there's nothing predictable. You saw the jack high just rip in the overbet. And then hands that you think would for sure call. Maybe he just lays down. Strange things afoot.
You're right. It's unorthodox. It's working for him clearly, as he has 1 second place under his belt already. He's now heads up once again. It's his magic.
Look at him basking in this moment. I mean, this is stone zen. Taking it in. Been here before. Versus Patrick Antonius. Sat on the other side of the table in that one. And here he is sat with ace-king on the button.
$650,000 is the raise. So raise and takes.
Some discussion, by the way, in the chat regarding Player of the Festival implications for Korzinen here, but it is important to mention that in non-open events such as the Invitational, you cannot earn points, just given to the fact that not everyone can participate, and that would be an unfair advantage.
Right, yeah. Then you're probably right. He could easily be up there if that tournament had counted in terms of points. But he's won all of our hearts.
He really has.
More King X versus King X. This time, though, it is going to be a raise from Katola rather than limp.
$600K ahead will bring us to a flop. Katola, the raiser. Jack 9-4. The inferior king turns into bottom pair and takes the lead. Korzinen checks over. Check back from Ossi.
I mean, you would think this is supposed to go Katola's way, but you never know. Is Korzinen going to all of a sudden fire a massive bet? That pair of fours now bottom pair with a full run out.
You know, that little six dangler could convince itself it's more than just king high, but Korzinen does check. Full shutdown. Pair of fours will take it. Raised to 650 from Korzinen's button. Ossi defends. King 3 versus 7-5. Both parties unpaired on the ace-queen-4 board.
Well, he did juice this one up pre-flop, so doesn't hurt to put in a small bet trying to take it down on the flop. King 3 of hearts. It's in against the min bet.
Interesting that Vladimir is proceeding. Gut shot now picked up by Ossi.
Great
just
card.
trying to pick it up.
He can easily multi-barrel this one and put a lot of pressure on Queen X. Great hand to semi-bluff with. Not the turn card that Korzinen was looking for. Bows out. Nice hand from Katola. 2-barrel.
Yep, 1.2 million. Enough to get it done.
Blinds up. So same blinds. Okay.
Take a walk, Santa. He looks like a pumpkin. Okay.
A pumpkin.
He looks like, with the arms folded on the rail. I swear if you rewind it and you go back. Anyway, 200, 400,000 blinds have gone up.
You know,
what was in
Halloween's
that
over,
Perrier,
right?
Randy? Huh?
Does not look like. It's a
was a
red
Perrier.
pumpkin.
Oh, no. He looked orange under the light. Okay.
Maybe a
Don't
tomato.
get mad at me.
I don't know. It's just an odd comment now. Out of
It's
nowhere.
not the last one that's going to come out of my mouth. Ace-Jack suited here. Korzinen on the button. Min raise.
Clubs are covered. It's pretty tempting to defend suited hands. Although Korzinen has been playing a mixed strategy of raise and fold, so raises might be more tethered to strong holdings as he folds.
Randy, you want to drink another Perrier? You didn't finish your first one.
No, I didn't, but you really want to go for a second?
Nah, I don't.
You want to
just want
get
you to
drunk
finish
on
your first.
drunk on Perrier?
You didn't finish your first.
Yeah, you told me just twice in a row, buddy. Do you want to tell me again?
You didn't finish your first. Queen 7 for Katola. His turn to raise and take it is the dusty part of the deck, paying both players a visit right now. Katola did come in with the chip lead and has since been leveled off by Korzinen. This is such an incredibly like, how do I say this? All of a sudden, they'll just start raising and folding to one another, and then out of nowhere, you'll just see like a 4-bet pot that neither holding would support. You know,
Yeah.
that's the kind of situations that these two can get you involved in.
Yeah, it's kind of like driving on a highway, and then all of a sudden you see, you know, something on the road, and you just swerve and just start
Yeah.
like attacking.
Yeah.
But in general, it has been kind of just cruising for both. And then all of a sudden we just say, let's ask for more of a6 offsuit.
Do you feel like they're both looking for kind of that one pot that's going to allow them to make the decision one street pre?
I think so. The way it's playing out at the moment, we're just here to kind of trade some blinds. Then there will be a moment of just pure magic.
Sink his teeth into some of the beautiful timepieces you saw on your screen there. That working W16 motor in their Bugatti Chiron commemorative piece. The Astronomia Casino piece with the working roulette wheel inside it. That would be a dangerous one for you, Randy.
Yeah, I'm going to try not to own one of those timepieces for that reason.
They don't make one with a blackjack table in it, so
Well, you
you're
could
safe.
just- Oh, yeah, double down. Hit me.
Like, Randy, why do you keep staring at your watch? Other than because you can't read it, which you admitted
God,
to on
you got
stream.
me there.
Queen 8 deuce here, limped pre, Jack 5, 9, 7. Nobody interested.
Maybe now.
Yeah, both players picking up straight draws. This is a two-way draw for Korzinen, one-way for Katola.
Yeah, 18 shot.
800.
Nice from Vladimir there in position.
Yeah. Remind me time to time. I can be excited. I look at he excited and I forget to look back.
Katola has the trappings of a young leader of one of the Istan countries, you know, Tajikistan or something like that. You see it a little bit, right? Like if you told me he was the president of Kyrgyzstan, I would be like, yeah, okay.
Honestly, I don't know these countries or where they are, but sure. I'll just take your word for it, Ollie.
There's like a strange regality. I think it's the hat. The hat's what does it. Is the elf taking selfies with Patrick?
This elf is having a jolly old good time.
That elf may be on the eggnog. Jack 9 v Jack 7. Slight advantage for Katola. Now a huge one on the 9-4 deuce board.
A little bit of backdoor interaction for Korzinen. 1 overcard to the 9. 7 overcards to middling stuff. Option now though on Katola. Top pair. Good kicker. Gonna lead right out. Is this the one where we play a big one? Because we're raising with just Jack 7 high.
This is a little bit of what I was talking about, Randy. You think that they're just kind of laying back, playing straightforward poker, and all of a sudden Korzinen activates with what doesn't feel like a candidate based on what we've observed. Some backdoor prospects, namely diamonds and the straightiness on either side of that 9. But now inflation to 3.6 out of what seems like left field. Katola 94% and finds top 2 on the turn, while Korzinen finds top pair. Trouble on the horizon.
That turn card has got to be the worst for Korzinen because it looks like the dream card against the 9X. His hand is so disguised. I don't blame him. Trying to get value. How dreamy is this for Katola?
This
Top
is
2 pair.
Completely insane in terms of turn cards. Korzinen thinks this is gin. We can see it's nothing more than tonic. Katola flatting. Not sure what he's worried about. I think he's just given rope in this 6.
Exactly.
On the end, let's see how Aussie approaches it. 7.6 in the middle. He checks in a snap check back from Vladimir. It could have gotten a lot uglier.
Korzinen. Safe river card. Checks back the jack. He could have easily gone for value, or what if Katola raised the turn and chips just fly in?
I mean, he pumped it up on the flop, and then he came meaty on the turn. I think at that point, he had some concerns, but top pair, we could see Vladimir hoist the mainsail on the river. But instead, he'll be out chipped 2-1 as he's put himself behind the 8 ball a little bit. 41 blinds for Aussie, who's washing it down. 20 blinds now for Vladimir.
Yeah, Korzinen at the moment is on pace to get runner up again after losing that very big pot just now. Neither player with a Triton title.
Well, not for long. One of these two assured the crown and advantage Katola in terms of chips, but not in terms of this particular exchange. Queen high versus king high. Ace high 2 club board. This one limped pre. I'll see asking a question, and once again with just king high, Vladimir making a call. This card brings the Broadway gutty. Did he just snap jam?
Oh my God.
Aussie's got queen
6.775 into 2
7.
million.
This is an insane overbet.
And he gets the best hand down. Korzinen.
Just muscling his way through the queens there. It's just such a discombobulating thing to be on the receiving end of. This approach from Vladimir.
I know where we will go after.
Huh?
I know where we will go after.
Me too.
Okay, guys, we don't know. Where are you
Tell
going?
us.
You got any guesses, chat? Where are Korzinen and Katola headed after this one's all over? It could be anywhere.
The North Pole.
Well, I mean, that's later down the line, but yeah, at least
Okay,
one of them.
you got to read.
No, don't put it on me, Randy. You take a guess.
No, I don't want to.
You mind a 2-minute break? Quick 2-minute break.
Yeah.
We can. Yeah.
Request denied?
Yeah, seems like it.
I'm curious, man. I mean, because sometimes we got some tight breaks here in the booth. I've clocked how long it takes to get down to the men's room and back. 2 minutes doesn't cut it. So what exactly is happening in those 120 seconds? One wonders.
Maybe he needs to make reservations somewhere. Or later
I'm pretty sure this dude shows up and they just get him a table, Randy. This is not a man who needs a reservation.
Fair play.
Queen Jack limping. 10-8 says let's see 3. 8-3 deuce. Top pair for Korzanen. Checks it over.
Katola betting Queen Jack high. Not going to shake top pair, of course.
800 more into the middle.
Should be concerns for Katola that he's up against a hand, not looking to fold with the rival of the 4. Katola gets there with the jack.
After Korzanen took the passive line pre, or rather on the flop, and here he is volunteering chips into the pot on the street that he no longer has the lead.
600,000 into 2 million. And Katola just calls here. Going to see the good news. Korzenen's down to 6.8 million in chips.
I was too gentle.
No raise. Just content to flat. And now chip all the way up, 44 bigs to 17. Kind of getting into what I would imagine would be the sort of territory that would leave Korzanen more inclined to get it all forward pre.
Yeah, we're getting close to that, but not quite there yet. Although, to be fair, he has been just 3x jamming pots, you know, on flops and turns. It's going to come in for limp and a quick check.
$944 rainbow. Aussie swings. Vladimir casually makes the call. I don't think we've caught the whole cards quite yet here. King on the turn.
Yeah, but for there to be a bet and a call, Korzanen likely has some kind of piece. The thing is, Katola is betting once again.
Second barrel, and it's like a double mystery hand.
That one's over.
Maybe into the ether forevermore.
Katola running away with it at the moment in this heads-up match.
It has been a bit one-sided for some time now. $15 bigs to 46. Let's call it a 3-1 chip lead solidified. All it takes, though, is one double for Gambledore, and we're back to level stacks.
So lone ace for Katola, good enough for a jam. And Korzanen is got a 5.
Okay, so is the graphics department just playing tricks on us now? They've gone 0 cards, then 50% of the cards. Maybe this next pot will get them both.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get 75% of the cards where it's like a peel.
Or you're saying that one player, we've got 2 cards, the other just 1?
Oh, I guess that's one way to do 75. I thought maybe just half of a second
you,
card each.
You want to sweat it.
The hard way. One cannot really overstate just how significant this recreational versus recreational player heads up.
He's gone in with 7
is.
deuce.
Hang on. What?
What a legend to jam 7 deuce.
Going for the glory.
13 bigs.
Katola with king high.
Is he feeling it? He does.
I
Call.
put it because it's your favorite card.
Oh, I respect that. It's yours. It's yours for sure.
Aussie saying that
I put it out of, you know.
There's no doubt.
I know you favor.
Vladimir's all but guaranteed to win with this 7 deuce suited. Let's see how the poker gods feel about this pursuit of glory out of the Estonian as out of left field, 11 million enters the middle. King high digging in. A little yoga from Vladimir. Trying to stretch into the lead, and how about that for an exciting board texture? 4, 5, 6, 2 spades, open ender. Can't ask for much more.
Corzin is the favorite.
68%, in fact, with 2 to come. But now the 9 on the turn, and that drops to 34%. Still plenty of paths to a double, and the reset button for the Estonian. Will Santa keep his seat? Yes. 3 on the river, and he looks surprised.
I was going to give you a hug.
Not yet. We hug later.
Wow. He just jammed 7 deuce
What is
suited.
happening?
This is your favorite card.
Yep.
He only jammed because it's Aussie Kotola's favorite cards.
This is just...
I know you want to play longer. I'd rather.
I mean, do we not have $1.38 million on the line in terms of heads up?
We do. Randy, yes, we do. That was a man, genuinely, I mean this, who just walked up to a roulette wheel and put 1.4 million on black. 7 deuce of spades specifically. And he won the spin.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. He did.
I give you Gambledore, ladies and gentlemen. He may not have the points to be the player of the festival, Randy, but I dare you to call someone else POF after we've observed this stuff. He's a legend of the festival.
Confirmed.
Listen, we're going to the Bahamas in a few weeks. Somebody get this man
Just get him out there.
a ticket. I could see, by the way, Vladimir deciding simply to sail to Nassau from here. You know, he's like, do we have enough time? Okay. We're just going to cross the Atlantic the hard way. Just for the adventure. He said, I'm collecting experiences. Obviously done a few things right in life, enough to just enjoy whatever he decides to on any given day. Enviable situation to find oneself in.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he's going to sail across the Atlantic as...
Yeah? Did you think he was going to jam 7 deuce of spades, Randy, for 1.4? Okay, then.
Okay, good point.
Everything is non-zero.
Yeah.
He might take a blimp across the Atlantic. I don't know. Aussie, by the way, does feel like he approached this final table with a degree of care and seriousness that maybe when we first cast eyes on him in the preliminary events, granted smaller buy-in stuff, we didn't really expect, you know, there was some recklessness, let's call it, almost like an impish desire to announce himself, and perhaps the product of tutelage from Patrick, his countryman.
Possible.
Perhaps just being several events under his belt and sharp. Here he is, playing for the title. Had his hand outstretched, thought it was his, with one to come, and instead we play on.
Katola still has the chip lead at the moment. So raise and call.
Ace, queen, 8 with a couple of spades. Katola with the flush draw.
And he checks it back. And it gives Korzinin the best hand with the pair of 5s.
Unlikely development this. Just like the line was unlikely. Out of Katola. Did not barrel on the flop. Now brings forward $1 million, 50%. It was bottom pair versus Patrick Antonius in the Invitational that got Korzinin showered. He is calling now. Pot grows to $4 million.
That's
10
a
on the
nice
river.
call on the turn. Bottom pair. Aussie can bet, which it looks like he's going to do so. This should get it done against bottom pair. Nice find with this bluff. 3/4 pot. And a swift fold from Korzinin. Well deserved from Katola.
Did not give up in spite of not having improved, and maybe on the strength of the jack. Maybe based on the lack of strength shown by Korzinin. Didn't feel like showdown was available, so hats off to the Finn as he works his way back up to a 2-1 chip lead now. I'm just catching up to the YouTube chat, by the way, Randy, when that 3 rolled off on the river to keep Santa in his seat.
Korzinin gonna 3x king 6 off.
Take it. There's a clear favorite here for those streaming this one live. And with no disrespect to Aussie Katola, it isn't him.
Still though, Katola, maybe he's not, you know, the favorite in terms of, you know, the YouTube chat, but still got all the chips at the moment.
Listen, he's the favorite to win this
Oh,
one,
you already picked it up. Okay.
as it stands. Although good luck trying to handicap this battle.
This is Korzinin's favorite hand, Ollie.
9-6. Did he snap jam? He did, Randy. You read it right. Jack 10 open.
You know my favorite.
You don't want to see this.
You remember 9-6 of spades?
Instant win. You played.
So Korzinin has jammed Aussie's favorite hand and his own favorite hand in this heads-up match.
Yep. Now, Randy, you're the analyst in the booth.
Go on, man.
If I tasked you with breaking down just, you know, give or take a few Fs, how many Fs these guys give collectively. Where would you place it? You know,
0.
0 Fs. Yeah, I think you nailed it. What's going on in that mind of Vladimir Korzinin right now? Only he knows.
Yeah, every time Kotola tries to pull away, Korzinin chips right back up. 8-7 offsuit? This is not 9-6. Why is he jamming this one now?
I mean, why are you looking at me, Randy? You think I know how to unpack this?
Reshove. Oh my gosh.
It's break time, and I think we need it more than they do. As Korzinin has our heads spinning. And he's got a chip deficit, but not a really wide one. 26 to 23 bigs. We're going up to 250, 500. There you see the lay of the land. 13.5 million in front of Kotola, 10.75 in front of Korzinin, 5 blinds separating the gentlemen as we go to 250 and 500,000. That's how long and deep it has taken. This level, by the way, as you see the payouts, 3 million guaranteed, 1.4 roughly the gap. It's not even in the leaflet. Every single Triton festival, all the events, all the rules, all the regulations, the guidelines, they're printed out. That's how deep into this one we go. Level 28.
And it wouldn't surprise me we keep on going. They've got some stack to play for, but they've also been splashing. Now, to start things off, it's Aussie Kotola with Korzinin's favorite hand. We'll see if he has any ideas to play aggressively or not. He will check.
Kotola having very different feelings about this particular holding than Korzinin, as neither player connects on the king high board. Nine on the turn, and there's a connection for Kotola. Third pair, checks. Korzinin does pick up the gutter. Checking back. Now a pair of 4s for Vladimir.
Enough showdown for both?
But, the nuts.
Beautiful.
I wish every time I lost a pot I was that happy.
Because he said the nuts because it's Korzinin's favorite hand, and that's why he got a kick out of him.
Well, listen, surely those of you who have been soaking this one up, and let us know, did you watch from the top of the day? Have you seen every one of the insane moments that this final table has brought us? Because if you have, then you caught it live and you did it right. And definitely tell a friend. And if you've been enjoying it as much as we have in the booth, tell us the best way to do it. Mouse over, do it now. Click like in the YouTube streets. Click subscribe. Show us the love. That's all we ask in exchange for the best and finest in streaming poker entertainment, which comes to you courtesy of these final 2 gladiators in the arena. All the production value in the world can't accomplish what these two have.
He just ripped 7-3 offsuit? I thought this was going to go into the muck. And
Your favorite, second favorite.
Second favorite hand.
7-3.
Your first mistake, Randy, is thought is kind of the way that you're approaching. You know, the analysis here. Stop thinking.
Nice hand, mate.
I feel like I'm aboard a runaway freight train, but I don't want to get off. I'm just like, okay, let's see how this ends. What's the worst that can happen? Ace on the button. Katola clicks it.
Reshoving 6-5 suited now?
He's dominated, and he's showing what seems like haste here in this frame.
This is a tough throw to make, and he folds the dominating hand. The hand that's dominating. Wow. I don't blame him. He could be up against a bigger ace, but the man's showing you 7-3 off.
I mean, look,
9-6.
any random 2 cards are going to have decent equity against the ace-5, and I think Katola really recognizing for 1.4 million, I'm going to wait for the spot where Santa really wants to put a bow on one for me. Limp queens, jacks, you know, or click and then hope for the 3-bet. Ten-6 suited limp from Korzanen. Dominated as once again they share cards. Katola checking back and flopping top pair here against bottom pair. Slips it over. 1.5 million in the middle. A swift third pot bet.
Korzanen in bad shape.
How's he gonna flat? Pot up to 2.5. Club draw now for Korzanen on the turn.
Snap jam.
He got it in there before we even got a shot of him.
Yeah.
Oh, and he flicks the call in, does Aussie?
Well, not much. 10.
This could be it.
10 and...
Tournament defining moment.
Yeah. Maybe it's 50. I know.
Aussie on his feet. Could victory be his? Korzanen does have the covering stack. 23 million. This is effectively for the tournament. Oh, and the club finds the river.
Korzanen does it.
Gambledore has emerged victorious as Aussie looks stunned.
I can't believe he's done it.
Is he? Is he just walking off?
Freedom.
Freedom.
Huh?
Not very freedom. You still have to take pictures and to do a lot of things, yeah?
Korzanen can do no better. Or rather, Katola can do no better than second. 3 million. I'm confused. Vladimir, I'm not sure, realizes that he won it with the backdoor flush. As producer James trying to wrangle him for the formalities. He's your champion in the 150K. 4.35 million going his way. Randy and I are going out the door. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going to have continuing coverage. The 100K PLO coming your way with Henry Kilbane and Czar Rast. Keep it close. We'll see ya.